Welcome to 3 a.m. Static. In the dead of night, the static whispers. Turn off the lights, close your eyes, and let the darkness guide you. Tell us where and when you're listening, because at 3 a.m., you're never truly alone.
Story 1. The Haunted Highway. The battered Ford Explorer coughed and sputtered, its headlights cutting feeble swathes through the dense fog that clung to the deserted highway like a shroud. Liam gripped the steering wheel, his knuckles white. The silence, broken only by the rhythmic thump of the tires and the occasional groan of the aging vehicle, was more terrifying than any scream. He'd taken a wrong turn, a seemingly insignificant deviation from the planned route, and now they were lost, hopelessly adrift on a road that seemed to stretch into an endless, malevolent nothingness. Sarah, in the passenger seat, stared out the window, her face pale in the dim light. The fog pressed against the glass, blurring the already indistinct landscape. It wasn't just fog, it felt sentient, a living entity pressing in on them, suffocating them with its cold, damp breath. An unnerving stillness hung in the air, a silence that vibrated with an unspoken dread. It was a silence that pressed down on the chest, a palpable weight that made it difficult to breathe. Mark, slumped in the back seat beside the still unconscious Emily, nervously tapped his fingers against the worn leather. His usual boisterous demeanor had vanished, replaced by a nervous tremor that ran through his entire body. The rationalizations, the easy dismissal of the events at the cemetery, had crumbled under the weight of this unnerving isolation. The highway stretched before them, an endless ribbon of black asphalt swallowed by the oppressive fog. There were no streetlights, no houses, no signs of life, only the chilling emptiness of the road itself, and the ever-present, suffocating fog. The air grew colder, the temperature dropping several degrees in a matter of minutes. A bone-deep chill seeped into their bones, a sensation far beyond the ordinary dampness of a foggy night. It was a cold that reached into their very souls, a chilling premonition of something unseen, something malevolent. The car's heater struggled in vain, its weak warmth offering little comfort against the oppressive cold. Then they saw it. A flicker of movement in the periphery, a fleeting shadow that danced at the edge of their vision. Liam slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching against the slick asphalt. The car lurched violently, and for a moment, everything went silent, the only sound the pounding of their hearts in their chests. The shadow was gone. But the silence felt heavier now, more profound, more menacing. It was a silence filled with a dreadful expectation, a pregnant pause before a catastrophic event. They sat there, frozen, their breath held in their chests, listening to the silence, the unspoken horrors it contained. Liam slowly turned the ignition key, the engine groaning back to life. He tried to rationalize it, to dismiss it as a trick of the light, a figment of their overactive imaginations, fueled by exhaustion and fear. But a primal instinct, a deep-seated terror, screamed at him that this was no ordinary fog-filled highway. This was something far more sinister, something that preyed upon their deepest fears, their most vulnerable emotions. As they cautiously resumed their journey, a low, guttural moan echoed from the fog. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, a sound that resonated in their very bones, a chilling whisper that scraped against their sanity. It was a sound that spoke of ancient evils, of things that dwelled in the shadows, things that fed on fear. They gripped the steering wheel, their knuckles white, their eyes straining to see through the oppressive fog. The shadows themselves seemed to writhe and shift, taking on grotesque shapes in the periphery of their vision. Faces appeared and disappeared in the swirling mist, fleeting glimpses of horror that chilled them to the core. They were not alone on this road. They could feel the presence of something else, something sinister, something ancient, watching them, waiting. The radio sputtered, static crackling like the whisper of unseen voices. They switched it off, the silence that followed even more disturbing than the cacophony of static. The silence was a living thing, it breathed, it pulsed, it seemed to feed on their fear. It was a silence pregnant with dread, a silence that promised a terrible awakening. Miles stretched into an eternity. The road seemed to twist and turn, defying logic and reason. The fog thickened, becoming so dense that they could barely see a few feet in front of the car. The sense of being watched grew stronger, the feeling of dread becoming almost unbearable. They were trapped, not only by the fog in the road, but by the very essence of the place. Then, they saw it again, the shadow. This time, it was closer, more distinct. It resembled a human form, but distorted, elongated, impossibly tall. Its movements were jerky, unnatural, like a puppet pulled by unseen strings. It glided through the fog, silent and swift, never leaving the edges of their peripheral vision. Liam increased the car's speed, the engine straining under the strain. The shadow kept pace, a relentless pursuer gliding through the fog. He could almost feel its presence, its icy breath on his neck. Its movement suggested intelligence, malevolence, and a terrifying awareness of their presence. The car's headlights reflected off something unseen in the fog, and for a brief moment, they caught a glimpse of what seemed to be countless eyes glinting in the darkness. They were pursued by an unseen predator, and fear, raw, primal, suffocating, became a tangible entity in the claustrophobic confines of the car. The whispers continued, growing louder, more insistent. They were warnings, threats, promises of what awaited them if they dared continue along this path of despair. The shadows writhed around them, the unseen presence growing ever more real. Each breath seemed to bring them closer to the end. The mist pressed down, and the chilling cold seeped deep into their souls. They pushed the explorer to its limits, racing against the unseen evil that pursued them, its presence made tangible by the icy terror that clenched at their hearts. Every creak of the car, every whisper of the wind, amplified by the silence, was another step closer to what seemed to be their doom. They were alone on this desolate highway, with only their shared terror to bind them. Each moment felt like an eternity. The highway extended endlessly, a black ribbon of doom disappearing into the terrifying mist. They were in a desperate race against something they couldn't even comprehend. This deserted road wasn't just a place, it was a threshold between worlds. The boundaries between reality and nightmares blurred as the unseen horror pressed in closer. Escape seemed impossible. The road itself seemed to writhe and twist to delay their escape. The fog was a living thing. It seemed to reach out, attempting to pull them into its cold embrace. Their journey on the deserted highway had become a desperate fight for survival. The line between reality and nightmare had blurred beyond repair. The mist-covered road was a harrowing landscape of their shared fear, and their only hope was to escape the inescapable grip of this deserted highway before they met an unspeakable end. The weight of the unseen evil was immense, suffocating. Every mile felt like a struggle against a force beyond comprehension. The radio, stubbornly silent, offered no solace. Instead, the silence itself seemed to deepen, to press in on them, a suffocating weight that amplified the already overwhelming sense of dread. It was a silence pregnant with unspoken horrors, a silence that whispered of ancient evils and forgotten nightmares. The air grew colder still, a bone-chilling cold that seeped into their very beings, a cold that transcended mere temperature, reaching into the marrow of their bones and freezing their souls. Liam glanced at the fuel gauge. The needle was perilously close to empty. The thought of the car dying, leaving them stranded in this desolate, fog-laden wasteland, sent a fresh wave of icy terror through him. He gripped the steering wheel tighter, his knuckles white against the worn leather. He risked a quick glance in the rearview mirror. Nothing. Yet, the feeling of being watched, of being hunted, persisted, growing stronger with each passing moment. Sarah's breaths hitched in ragged gasps. Her eyes were wide, unblinking, reflecting the eerie glow of the instrument panel. Her face, stark white against the gloom of the interior, seemed to age before their very eyes, the lines etched deeper with each passing moment of increasing dread. The silent terror that clung to them was tangible. It pressed down, suffocating, making it difficult to breathe. It was a living presence, an entity that fed on their fear. Mark, his face drawn and pale, stared straight ahead, his gaze fixed on the blurry, indistinct shapes swirling in the fog ahead. The nervous tremor that had shaken his body earlier had intensified, his whole form vibrating with a suppressed fear that bordered on hysteria. He whispered something unintelligible, a prayer perhaps, or a curse. The chilling cold seemed to settle on him, making him shiver uncontrollably. He was a man on the verge of losing control. Emily remained unconscious in the back seat, her breathing shallow and uneven. Her stillness, against the backdrop of their escalating terror, only heightened their growing sense of unease. Her silence was a stark contrast to the chaos and fear gripping them, reminding them of the vulnerability at the heart of their desperate situation. The silence itself pressed in, a suffocating blanket that seemed to steal their breath and choke their hope. The fog continued to thicken, swirling and shifting, obscuring everything beyond a few feet. It wasn't just fog, it was alive, sentient, its cold, damp tendrils reaching out, grasping, seeking to pull them into its abyssal embrace. They were surrounded, enveloped, lost in a world of swirling white, a world where reality itself seemed to be dissolving. The very air itself seemed heavy with an unnatural stillness, heavy with menace. Suddenly, a sound pierced the oppressive silence, a low, guttural growl that seemed to resonate from deep within the fog, from the very bowels of the earth. It was a sound that spoke of primal terrors, of creatures older than time itself, creatures that haunted the darkest corners of the human psyche. It sent a shiver down their spines, a primal fear that transcended logic and reason. They pressed on, the engine groaning under the strain, their hearts pounding like frantic drums against their ribs. The car struggled, its lights cutting weak, flickering paths through the dense, swirling mist. Every bump in the road, every creak of the vehicle, amplified in the oppressive silence, felt like an omen of impending doom. The growing dread, the palpable sense of impending danger, created a suffocating pressure in their chests. The shadows danced at the periphery, taking on grotesque and menacing forms. Distorted faces, skeletal figures, and writhing shapes seemed to writhe within the fog, their fleeting appearances and disappearances adding to the relentless psychological assault. It felt as if they were being watched by unseen eyes, their every move scrutinized by unseen, malevolent entities. Time itself seemed to stretch and warp, the minutes stretching into an eternity. The road, once a simple pathway, now seemed to twist and turn, leading them through an ever-shifting labyrinth of mist and shadow. The feeling of being trapped grew stronger, a sense of confinement that pressed down on them, leaving them struggling for air. The world beyond the fog was lost, swallowed by the ever-encroaching darkness. Then, a flicker of movement, a tall, gaunt figure seemingly emerging from the fog itself. It was impossibly tall, its limbs elongated and distorted, its movements unnatural and jerky, like a marionette manipulated by invisible strings. Its presence was chilling. It felt less like a human being and more like an embodiment of their deepest fears, a tangible manifestation of the dread that clung to them. Liam slammed his foot on the accelerator, the engine roaring in protest. They sped through the swirling mist, the figure maintaining a constant presence at the edge of their peripheral vision. It was a silent pursuer, a relentless shadow, ever present, ever watching. The sense of being hunted was overwhelming, suffocating. The car lurched violently, throwing them against their restraints. Liam fought to maintain control, the fog now more than just a visual obstacle. It felt like a physical force, attempting to tear their vehicle apart, to drag them into the abyss. He could feel it pushing against the car, against them, a cold, wet pressure seeking to swallow them whole. A guttural moan resonated through the vehicle, vibrating in their bones, a sound that spoke of ancient, unspeakable horrors. It was a sound that resonated deep within the earth, a primal cry of something old, something dark. A sound that whispered of despair. The fog seemed to close in, pressing down on the car, making it feel as though they were being squeezed into the earth itself. The air grew heavy with the scent of decay and damp earth, a scent that only added to the overall sense of growing dread. The feeling of being watched became unbearable. They knew they were surrounded. The shadows were everywhere. The landscape outside was no longer a road, it had become a terrifying dreamscape. The line between reality and nightmare had completely dissolved. Every shadow was a threat, every sound was an omen. They were lost, utterly and completely lost, trapped in a nightmare of their own making, with no escape in sight. The feeling of impending doom hung over them like a shroud. The horror was not something to be seen, it was something to be felt. The very air vibrated with dread, pressing down, suffocating, overwhelming. Their journey had become a relentless race against an unseen horror, a desperate flight through a landscape of fear. The fog, the shadows, the silence, they were all tools of a greater darkness, weapons used to torment and destroy. They pressed onward, clinging to the desperate hope of escape, their minds frayed by the relentless pressure of the growing terror that seemed to have wrapped itself around them. The headlights cut feeble swathes through the swirling, malevolent fog, illuminating only a few feet of the road ahead. It wasn't just fog, it was a living entity, a sentient shroud that pulsed with a malevolent energy. It pressed against the car, a cold, wet weight that seemed to try to suck the vehicle into its spectral embrace. The air inside grew heavy, thick with the scent of decay and damp earth, a chilling reminder of the unseen horrors lurking within the swirling white. Suddenly, a shape materialized at the edge of the headlight's reach. It was tall and gaunt, impossibly thin, its form indistinct in the swirling mist, but its presence was undeniable. Its limbs were elongated and unnatural, its movements jerky and spasmodic, like a marionette manipulated by unseen strings. It seemed to glide along the edge of the road, keeping pace with the car, its movements fluid and yet utterly inhuman. Its face, when it briefly emerged from the swirling mists, was a mask of pure, unadulterated terror. Hollow eye sockets seemed to pierce through Liam, Sarah, and Mark, and a gaping maw hinted at an abyss of unspeakable horrors. A collective gasp escaped their lips. The icy dread that had been slowly building intensified, reaching a fever pitch. Sarah whimpered, clutching the rosary bead she clutched tightly in her hand. Mark muttered prayers, his voice trembling with a mixture of fear and desperation. Even Liam, usually the stoic one, felt a chill crawl down his spine that had nothing to do with the cold night air. This wasn't merely a ghostly figure, it was something older. Something profoundly wrong. The creature, if it could be called that, seemed to feed on their fear. Its presence amplified their dread, making it almost physically palpable. It was as if the fog itself was a conduit, channeling its malevolence into their very souls. The car continued its desperate journey, the engine screaming in protest as Liam fought to maintain control. Each bump in the road, each creak of the chassis, added to the growing tension, emphasizing the precarious nature of their situation. As they pressed onward, more apparitions emerged from the depths of the fog. Ghostly figures, translucent and indistinct, drifted along the roadside, their mournful wails echoing eerily in the heavy mist. Some were human-like in form, though distorted and grotesque, their features twisted in expressions of unimaginable agony. Others were other. Entities that defied description, creatures born from the deepest recesses of nightmare, their forms shifting and changing, a terrifying display of the unbound imagination's darkest fantasies. One such creature was vaguely humanoid, but its skin was a patchwork of decaying flesh and exposed bone, its limbs contorted at unnatural angles. Its eyes, if they could be called that, glowed with an infernal light, and from its maw dripped a viscous, black substance that resembled nothing so much as melted tar. It moved with a sickening fluidity, slithering along the edge of the road, its presence radiating a palpable aura of malevolence. Another apparition resembled a twisted, grotesque parody of a child, its features distorted and elongated, its skin a sickly gray-green hue. Its laughter, a high-pitched, rasping sound, pierced the silence, a sound that resonated with an unnerving chill. It danced and skipped along the roadside, its movements both mocking and terrifying. It felt like their darkest fears were made manifest. The boundary between worlds blurred. Reality seemed to melt away, replaced by a nightmarish landscape that was both familiar and utterly alien. The road itself seemed to shift and change, twisting and turning in impossible ways. They traversed through what looked like warped versions of familiar landmarks, a house twisted into a horrifying parody of itself, trees contorted into unnatural shapes, and landscapes shifting before their eyes, morphing into scenes that were both beautiful and terrifying. The apparitions grew more frequent, more intense, their presence overwhelming, pushing them toward the brink of madness. The sounds intensified, the wails of the ghostly figures blended with the guttural growls and rasping whispers of the otherworldly creatures, creating a cacophony of terror that resonated deep within their bones. The silence between these sounds was even more terrifying, a silence that seemed to stretch and warp, amplifying their fear. Liam gripped the steering wheel, his knuckles white, his body tense. His mind raced, struggling to make sense of the impossible reality unfolding before him. He tried to rationalize, to explain the apparitions as figments of their imagination, tricks of the light and fog, but the sheer terror, the palpable sense of malevolence, the sheer wrongness of it all, made logic impossible. Sarah sobbed uncontrollably, her pleas for help lost in the oppressive atmosphere of dread. Mark's prayers became frantic whispers, his faith strained to its breaking point by the unrelenting barrage of horrors that assaulted his senses. They were not merely being observed, they were being hunted, pursued by entities that fed on their fear, their desperation. Emily, still unconscious in the back seat, remained the silent observer of this relentless descent into madness. Her stillness, her unawareness of the terrors surrounding them, only served to heighten the sense of impending doom. The weight of responsibility and fear grew heavier, amplifying the already overwhelming sense of helplessness that pressed upon them. As they plunged deeper into the heart of the haunted highway, the apparitions grew bolder, more aggressive. They seemed to surround the car, a spectral horde closing in, a living embodiment of their darkest fears. The fog thickened, becoming a suffocating shroud, and the car's headlights struggled to cut through the ever-increasing darkness. The air crackled with an unnatural energy, a tangible sense of malevolence. The weight of the unseen pressed down on them, squeezing the life from their lungs, constricting their hearts. The sense of being watched, of being hunted, became unbearable. The very fabric of reality itself seemed to fray, threatening to unravel completely, plunging them into an abyss of pure, unadulterated terror. They were on the verge of collapse. Each passing moment pressed closer to the breaking point. The relentless pressure of fear tested their resolve. The line between sanity and madness thinned, threatening to snap at any moment. Their journey down the haunted highway wasn't merely a drive, it was a descent into the heart of darkness, a pilgrimage through the landscape of their deepest fears, made real and tangible, terrifyingly alive in the swirling fog of the night. The apparitions remained, silent, ever-present witnesses to their despair and fear, a horrifying reminder of the fragility of reality and the boundless power of the unseen world. The end was nowhere in sight. The night continued its relentless assault, their only hope, the faint possibility that the dawn might bring an end to their nightmare. The spectral horde pressed closer, their forms flickering at the periphery of the headlights, like phantoms dancing on the edge of sanity. The air grew thick with the stench of decay and something else, something ancient and indescribably foul, a scent that burrowed into their nostrils and settled deep within their lungs, a physical manifestation of dread. Liam fought to maintain control of the vehicle, the steering wheel slick with sweat, his knuckles bone white. The car bucked and swayed, responding erratically to his frantic efforts, as if the very road itself was trying to shake them off. One of the apparitions, a towering figure resembling a skeletal scarecrow draped in tattered rags, lunged at the car, its bony fingers scrabbling at the windshield. The sound, like nails on a chalkboard, amplified 1,000-fold. Sarah screamed, a primal sound of terror that was swallowed by the oppressive fog. Mark, his face ashen, began to chant a litany of protective prayers, his voice barely a whisper against the cacophony of the night. The creature's grip on the windshield was surprisingly strong, its claws scratching against the glass, leaving a trail of ghastly scratches that seemed to writhe and pulse with an unnatural energy. The glass itself seemed to vibrate, threatening to shatter under the relentless assault. Liam wrestled with the steering wheel, his muscles screaming in protest, his mind a whirlwind of fear and desperation. He could feel the car shuddering, feeling the very chassis groan under the strain of the creature's violent efforts. The relentless assault sent a shudder through him. The entity's malevolence was palpable, a tangible weight that pressed down on them, suffocating them, threatening to crush them. More apparitions joined the fray, their ethereal forms swirling around the car like a malevolent vortex. They pressed against the vehicle, their icy touch seeping through the metal, chilling them to the bone. The cold was not merely physical, it was a cold that seeped into their very souls, a chilling reminder of the vast and different universe that surrounded them. Suddenly, the car's engine sputtered, coughed, and died, plunging them into absolute darkness. The only light came from the distant, fading glow of their taillights, swallowed quickly by the enveloping fog. Silence descended, a terrifying silence broken only by the occasional whisper of the wind and the frantic beating of their hearts. The silence was heavy, pregnant with dread, filled with the palpable sense of something unseen, something malevolent, lurking just beyond their reach. A guttural growl resonated through the fog, a sound that vibrated deep within their bones, shaking them to their core. The spectral horde closed in, their forms solidifying in the darkness, their features becoming increasingly clear, revealing their horrifying grotesqueries. Liam fumbled for the flashlight, his hand trembling uncontrollably. The beam cut a weak circle in the oppressive darkness, illuminating the grotesque faces of the creatures surrounding them. Their eyes, glowing with an unnatural light, seemed to pierce through Liam's soul. They were not just looking at him, they were seeing him, knowing him, understanding his fear. Sarah huddled in the passenger seat, clutching Mark's arm, her eyes wide with terror. Mark's face was pale, his lips moving silently in prayer. Their fear was a tangible thing, a physical weight that amplified the terror. The creatures seemed to feed on it, their forms growing stronger, more solid, their movements more deliberate and menacing with every passing moment. The creatures advanced, their movements slow, deliberate, and terrifyingly precise, their intentions clear, to hunt and consume their fear, their despair, their very souls. Liam, driven by adrenaline and a desperate hope of survival, tried to start the car, his hands fumbling with the ignition. He pushed, pulled, and turned, but to no avail. The car was dead, leaving them stranded in the heart of the haunted highway, completely vulnerable to the horrors surrounding them. The weight of their helplessness pressed down on them, almost crushing them. They were trapped. With a desperate cry, Liam grabbed a tire iron from the trunk, his last line of defense against the supernatural onslaught. It felt flimsy, inadequate in the face of such overwhelming terror. Yet, it was all he had. One by one, the creatures approached, their forms twisting and shifting, their movements fluid and unnatural. They seemed to glide, slither, and float, moving with an impossible grace that defied physics and reason. Their grotesque faces held expressions of pure, unadulterated malice, their eyes burning with an infernal light that chilled Liam to his core. Liam swung the tire iron, connecting with one of the creatures, a twisted parody of a child, its skin the color of rotting flesh, its eyes vacant black holes, sending it reeling back into the fog with a shriek that sounded like tearing fabric. But the others were relentless, circling them, their numbers seemingly endless, their patience endless. They were being surrounded, and their options were dwindling. The attack intensified. Liam fought back with a ferocity born of desperation, the tire iron a pathetically inadequate weapon against the otherworldly horrors that besieged them. Each swing connected with a sickening thud, the creatures recoiling but never truly retreating. The relentless assault was testing his strength, his endurance, and most of all, his sanity. The fog seemed to thicken, making it harder to see, harder to breathe, harder to think. The creatures were closing in, their whispers weaving a tapestry of despair. Liam felt his strength waning, his body screaming for rest, his mind struggling to maintain its grip on reality. The line between reality and hallucination was blurring. Was this real? Was he losing his mind? The weight of the unending chase pressed down on him, a physical burden that threatened to crush him, to break him. He could feel the despair, the resignation settling over him, the chilling realization that escape was impossible. He was fighting a battle he could not win. As the creatures closed in, their shadows engulfing them, Liam looked at Sarah and Mark, their faces etched with exhaustion and terror, their eyes reflecting the horrifying reality of their situation. The hunted looked at each other, a silent acknowledgement of their shared fate. Their final moments were together, surrounded by the night's chilling embrace. The chase was relentless, the end was near. The haunted highway claimed another victim. The fog closed in, swallowing them whole, leaving only the chilling silence and the whisper of the wind. Then, as suddenly as it began, the assault ceased. The guttural growls faded, the whispers died, and the oppressive weight lifted. The creatures, those horrifying parodies of humanity, simply vanished. One moment they were there, their icy breath on their necks, their grotesque faces inches from the windows. The next, they were gone, absorbed back into the swirling fog as if they had never existed. Silence descended again, but this silence was different. It wasn't the heavy, pregnant silence of dread, but a fragile, almost tentative quiet, the kind that follows a violent storm. The only sounds were the frantic pounding of their hearts, the ragged gasps for breath, and the gentle whisper of the wind weaving through the skeletal branches of the nearby trees. Liam, his muscles trembling with exhaustion, fumbled for the ignition again. This time, miraculously, the engine sputtered, coughed, and roared back to life. He slammed his foot on the accelerator, the tires spitting gravel as the car lurched forward, escaping the oppressive darkness of the haunted highway. They didn't look back. They didn't dare. The escape was a blur of speeding tires, frantic steering, and the deafening roar of the engine. The fog seemed to cling to them, a spectral shroud following their every move, but the car, thankfully, held its ground. They didn't stop until they reached the edge of the fog, breaking through into the clear, star-studded night. They were out. They had escaped. But the escape was far from a victory. They were shaken, traumatized, their bodies and minds ravaged by the night's horrors. The lingering scent of decay clung to the car, a constant, nauseating reminder of their ordeal. The silence in the car was thick with unspoken fear, the shared trauma hanging heavy in the air. Sarah, her body stiff with shock, sat frozen, her eyes wide and unfocused, replaying the night's terrors in her mind. Mark, his face pale and drawn, stared straight ahead, his eyes hollow, his breath shallow and ragged. He muttered prayers under his breath, a desperate attempt to soothe his shattered nerves. Liam, despite his triumph, felt a crushing weight of exhaustion and despair. His hands, still clutching the tire iron, trembled uncontrollably. The weapon felt heavy, impossibly heavy, as if the weight of the night's horrors was infused within its metal. He felt drained, his spirit sapped, his very essence diminished. He hadn't just fought for survival, he had fought against the very fabric of reality itself. The drive back to town was agonizingly slow, every mile stretching into an eternity. The road, once ordinary, was now transformed into a grotesque landscape reflecting the twisted imagery of their nightmare. Every shadow, every curve in the road, every flickering light, brought the night's terrors flooding back, forcing them to relive the chilling details of their encounter. Each creak of the car sounded like the whispers of the creatures pursuing them, each sway of the vehicle felt like a renewed assault. The silence in the car was punctuated only by the occasional, involuntary shudder that rippled through them all. They avoided eye contact, each lost in their own silent turmoil, struggling to comprehend the reality of what they had witnessed. The weight of the unspoken understanding hung between them, a silent testament to their shared trauma. They had survived, yes, but at what cost? When they finally arrived in town, the familiar streetlights and houses seemed strangely unreal, jarringly mundane after the otherworldly horrors they had endured. The transition was brutal, a harsh swing from the depths of terror to the banality of everyday life. The town's quiet normality was a stark contrast to the chilling reality they had just left behind. They pulled into Liam's driveway, the car shuddering to a halt. None of them moved. They just sat there, lost in the aftermath of their terrifying journey. The silence held a new dimension, a painful stillness that underscored the depth of their trauma. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Liam broke the suffocating silence. "We need to get out of the car," he said, his voice barely a whisper, his words catching in his throat. His eyes were fixed on Sarah and Mark, filled with a mixture of relief and apprehension. As they stumbled out of the car, the crisp night air was both a welcome relief and a stark reminder of their fragility. The ground felt solid beneath their feet, yet it felt unsteady, uncertain. The world around them was ordinary but felt profoundly altered. The night had changed them in a way that would forever leave an indelible mark on their psyche. The next few days were a blur of fragmented memories, fleeting images, and the lingering chill of the haunted highway. Sleep offered little respite. Their nights were haunted by vivid nightmares, the creatures from the fog resurfacing in their dreams, their horrific faces illuminated in the darkness of their minds. Sarah found herself unable to leave her bed, haunted by the chilling echoes of those monstrous eyes. Mark developed an almost paralyzing fear of darkness, retreating into his faith, seeking solace in prayer and scripture. Liam carried the burden of guilt and responsibility, the weight of their survival pressing down on him with agonizing force. His attempts to rationalize their experience, to explain away the impossibilities they had encountered, failed miserably. The lingering effects were more than physical. The trauma had seeped deep into their souls, leaving an indelible mark that would forever shape their perspectives and their lives. Their shared experience forged a bond of extraordinary strength, yet it was a bond forged in the crucible of unspeakable terror. They had escaped the haunted highway, but they knew they would carry its haunting legacy with them always. The images remained vivid, and the experience was indelibly etched into their memories. Each time they closed their eyes, they were back on that stretch of road, surrounded by the spectral horde, engulfed by the suffocating fog. The sounds of the night's terrors, the whispers of the creatures, the agonizing struggle for survival, replayed again and again, making it difficult for them to distinguish reality from nightmare. It was a cruel and unending torment. They sought solace in each other, their shared trauma becoming a silent language that only they understood. They talked, they cried, and they shared their fears, but they were not able to fully articulate the horrors that they had witnessed. The experience transcended words. It resided deep within the recesses of their minds and souls. As time passed, the intensity of their trauma lessened, but the memories never faded. The haunting journey on the haunted highway left an enduring mark, a silent testament to their encounter with the supernatural. They had stared into the face of unimaginable terror, and they had survived, but the scar of that experience would always be a part of them. The world had shifted for them, forever changed by the chilling reality of the haunted highway. The night had not only claimed a victim, but it had marked 3 souls indelibly, forever changed by the horrors they had faced. The haunting legacy of the haunted highway remained, a constant reminder of the chilling encounter they could never forget. And every time they saw fog, every time they heard the whisper of the wind, they would be transported back to that night, a haunting reminder of their narrow escape from the realm of unspeakable terror. Story 2: The Nightmare Collector. The battered pickup truck, a testament to their harrowing escape, finally shuddered to a halt in front of a dilapidated Victorian mansion. Its once proud facade was now crumbling, ivy creeping across the warped wood like a malevolent vine. Broken panes of glass stared out like vacant eyes, reflecting the sickly yellow glow of a single, flickering lamp within. This was it, the address Liam had found scrawled on a tattered piece of paper tucked inside Sarah's journal, a cryptic clue left behind by the creatures of the fog. A clue that pointed them towards the heart of the nightmare. A heavy silence descended as they sat, the lingering dread from the highway clinging to them like a shroud. The air hung heavy with the scent of damp earth and decay, a nauseating perfume that promised something far worse than the horrors they had already endured. Mark, still pale and trembling, mumbled a prayer, his knuckles white as he clutched a worn crucifix. Sarah, her eyes distant and haunted, remained frozen, a statue of petrified fear. Liam, despite his outward calm, felt a cold dread settling deep in his bones, a premonition that this place held a darkness even more profound than the fog-shrouded highway. He reached for the tire iron, the cold steel a strangely comforting weight in his hand. It felt heavier now, imbued with the residue of their ordeal, a physical manifestation of the terror they had escaped. He knew, with a certainty that chilled him to the marrow, that whatever awaited them within those crumbling walls would be far more terrifying than anything they had encountered before. Hesitantly, they exited the truck, the silence broken only by the crunch of gravel under their feet. The mansion loomed before them, a grotesque silhouette against the night sky. They approached cautiously, each step measured, their senses heightened, their breaths held captive in their chests. The closer they got, the stronger the unsettling feeling became, a palpable sense of wrongness that prickled their skin and tightened their throats. The front door, a massive oak behemoth, hung precariously on its hinges, a gaping maw leading into the unknown. Liam pushed it open with a groan of protesting wood, revealing a cavernous hallway draped in shadows. Dust motes danced in the weak lamplight, illuminated by the pale glow of the moon filtering through the shattered windows. The air inside was thick with the stench of mildew, decay, and something else, something acrid and indescribably foul, the odor of fear and despair. As they ventured deeper into the mansion, the silence became more oppressive, a heavy blanket smothering their every move. The shadows seemed to writhe and shift, playing tricks on their eyes, creating grotesque illusions that danced at the periphery of their vision. The house itself felt alive, breathing, pulsating with a malevolent energy that seemed to feed on their fear. They navigated through a labyrinth of decaying rooms, each more unsettling than the last. Torn tapestries depicted scenes of unimaginable horror, faces contorted in silent screams, eyes wide with terror. Broken furniture lay scattered about, adding to the atmosphere of chaos and despair. The air grew colder with each passing room, the temperature dropping to an almost unbearable level, as if they were descending into a subterranean abyss. Finally, they reached a room at the end of a long, dimly lit corridor. The door, unlike the others, was solid and intact, though heavily scarred and scratched. Liam hesitated, a knot of apprehension tightening in his stomach. He could feel a powerful presence within, a malevolent force that pulsed with a dark energy. He placed his hand on the doorknob, his fingers tracing the cold, metallic surface. With a deep breath, he turned the handle, and the door creaked open, revealing a sight that stole the breath from their lungs. The room was circular, its walls lined with countless shelves overflowing with jars filled with viscous, dark liquids. Each jar contained a swirling vortex of shadowy forms, writhing and twisting within their glass prisons. These were not mere liquids, but nightmares themselves, trapped, bottled, and preserved. The air throbbed with a palpable sense of dread, a suffocating wave of psychic energy that pressed down on them, threatening to crush their very souls. In the center of the room, perched upon a throne fashioned from twisted branches and human bone, sat the Collector. He was a figure of immense power and unsettling beauty, impossibly tall and slender, his skin pale and translucent, his eyes burning with an unearthly fire. His long, black hair cascaded around him like a silken shroud, obscuring his features from view. He wore a robe woven from shadows, its edges shimmering with an ethereal light. His presence was both mesmerizing and terrifying, a paradox of allure and dread. As they stared at the Collector, they realized the truth of his calling. He wasn't merely collecting nightmares, he was consuming them. Each jar contained not only the nightmare itself, but the very essence of the victim's fear, anguish, and despair. The Collector was feasting on their suffering, drawing sustenance from their agony, growing stronger with each captured nightmare. His gaze fixed on them, a silent acknowledgement of their intrusion. He didn't speak, he didn't need to. His presence alone was a weapon, a terrifying manifestation of pure malice. The swirling nightmares in the jars pulsed and throbbed in response to his gaze, resonating with an energy that threatened to overwhelm them. The Collector extended a hand, its skeletal fingers reaching out towards them, beckoning them closer. The shadows around him danced and writhed, forming grotesque shapes that mocked and threatened. Liam felt a surge of fear, so intense it threatened to paralyze him, but he fought it, his resolve fueled by the memory of their escape from the highway. He had faced the horrors of the fog, and he would face this. He raised the tire iron, its cold steel a defiant gesture against the overwhelming power of the Collector. This wasn't just about escape anymore. This was about defiance, about fighting back against the darkness that sought to consume them. This was a battle for their very souls. The Collector's gaze shifted, a flicker of surprise, perhaps even amusement, in those burning eyes. The shadows around him intensified, swirling and coalescing into a vortex of malevolent energy. The nightmares in the jars grew increasingly agitated, their forms thrashing violently against their glass prisons. The Collector's lair was preparing for a fight for the souls that dared to intrude upon his domain. The battle for their very survival had begun, and the outcome remained uncertain, hanging heavy in the oppressive silence of the Collector's lair. The air crackled with anticipation, the silence thick with unspoken dread, the weight of the impending conflict pressing down on them, threatening to crush them under its unbearable weight. The fight for their lives, against the Collector and his army of nightmares, was just beginning. The fight wouldn't be easy. The odds were stacked against them, but they would fight, for their lives, for their sanity, for the hope of escaping the Nightmare Collector's clutches. The fate of 3 souls hung in the balance, suspended in the dreadful silence of the Collector's lair. The Collector, a being of unnerving elegance and terrifying power, regarded them with an unsettling calm. His gaze, like molten gold, seemed to pierce their very souls, revealing their deepest fears and insecurities. Sarah whimpered, her body trembling uncontrollably. Mark, clutching his crucifix, muttered prayers in a desperate attempt to ward off the encroaching darkness. Liam, however, stood firm, his resolve strengthened by the sheer terror of the situation. He knew that surrender was not an option, only defiance could offer a glimmer of hope. The nightmares in the jars reacted to the collector's gaze, swirling and thrashing with renewed intensity. Their forms, amorphous and terrifying, writhed against the glass, their silent screams echoing in the oppressive silence of the room. Some resembled grotesque parodies of human beings, their faces twisted in expressions of unimaginable agony. Others were monstrous entities, born from the depths of the subconscious, their features shifting and changing, defying any attempt at comprehension. Liam recognized fragments of his own nightmares within those swirling vortexes, glimpses of terrors he had long tried to suppress. He felt a deep chill crawl down his spine as he realized that these weren't simply trapped nightmares, they were the physical manifestations of the collector's victims, their essence devoured and reformed into these unsettling entities. The collector raised a skeletal hand, a gesture that was both inviting and threatening. A wave of nausea washed over Liam as he felt a psychic pressure bearing down upon him, a crushing weight that threatened to crush his very being. His mind struggled to maintain its grip on reality, the boundaries between consciousness and unconsciousness blurring dangerously. He could feel the tendrils of the collector's power reaching out, attempting to penetrate his defenses, to draw him into the vortex of nightmares, to consume his essence and add his own personal hell to the collector's already vast collection. Mark's prayers became more frantic, his voice rising in pitch as the psychic pressure intensified. Sarah, unable to bear the oppressive dread, collapsed to the floor, her screams muffled by the crushing weight of the collector's aura. Liam watched helplessly, his heart pounding in his chest, as the shadows danced and writhed, forming grotesque shapes that mimicked their movements, mocking their plight. He knew that if they fell to the collector's will, their minds would be irrevocably shattered, their identities consumed, their essence absorbed into the ever-growing collection of nightmare fuel. Liam gritted his teeth, focusing his will against the encroaching darkness. He channeled his fear, his anger, his determination into a single, focused point, a shield against the collector's power. He raised the tire iron, its cold steel a comforting weight in his hand. It was more than just a weapon now. It was a symbol of resistance, a testament to the enduring human spirit in the face of overwhelming odds. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the room, not from the collector, but from within the swirling vortexes themselves. It was a chorus of whispers, faint and indistinct, yet somehow strangely unified. The voices spoke of torment, of suffering, of an eternity trapped within the collector's dominion. They spoke of hope, however faint, a glimmer of resistance against the collector's overwhelming power. The voices were fragmented, yet somehow conveyed a sense of unity, a collective defiance that echoed in the heart of the room. The nightmares, though enslaved, still possessed a spark of their former selves, a fragment of their individual wills that clung to the possibility of escape. This realization shifted the dynamics of the room. The oppressive silence was broken, replaced by a low hum of chaotic energy. The collector's expression shifted subtly. For the first time, Liam detected a flicker of unease in the collector's eyes, a recognition, perhaps, of the strength within their unified defiance. The nightmares were not merely victims, they were becoming a force to be reckoned with, a collective consciousness that could oppose the collector's will. The battle was far from over, but it had transitioned. The fight for survival had morphed into something larger, a confrontation against the very nature of the collector's power. It was a war waged not just against a single entity, but against an entire system of control, a system based on the consumption of fear and the enslavement of nightmares. The collector, sensing the shift in power dynamics, let out a low, guttural growl, a sound that reverberated through the very foundations of the mansion. The jars pulsed violently, the nightmares within thrashing wildly against their glass confines. The collector's power, for the first time, seemed less absolute, his dominion less assured. The room was now awash in a mixture of terrifying and strangely hopeful energy. Liam, emboldened by the collective defiance of the trapped nightmares, took a step towards the collector. Mark, finding a renewed sense of purpose, helped Sarah to her feet. They stood together, united against a common enemy, their combined fear giving way to a potent cocktail of defiance and desperate hope. The air crackled with tension, the silence broken only by the low hum of the struggling nightmares and the collector's ominous growl. The battle had transformed. It was no longer a simple fight for survival, but a struggle against the very fabric of the collector's power, a fight for the liberation of the countless souls trapped within his nightmarish collection. The odds remained daunting, but a fragile hope flickered in the collective defiance of the trapped spirits and the determination of 3 souls who refused to succumb to the endless darkness. The confrontation between the prey and the predator was far from over. The outcome remained suspended in the dreadful silence, the air thick with the anticipation of the next assault, the weight of destiny pressing down on all within the collector's lair. The fight for their lives, and the lives of countless others, continued. The ultimate victor remained unknown, hidden within the chaotic heart of the nightmares themselves, within the silent struggle against the nightmare collector. The final chapter of this horrifying tale was yet to be written. The collector's laughter echoed through the chamber, a chilling sound that scraped against the raw nerves of Liam, Mark, and Sarah. It wasn't a jovial sound, but one of pure, malevolent glee, a symphony of malice composed of shattered screams and broken wills. The laughter seemed to burrow into their minds, twisting their fears into grotesque shapes, amplifying their anxieties until they threatened to overwhelm them. Sarah, despite Mark's attempts to comfort her, whimpered, her face pale and drawn, her eyes wide with terror. She clutched at Mark's arm, her fingernails digging into his flesh, a silent plea for protection against the encroaching horror. The nightmares within the jars pulsed with renewed ferocity. Their forms, previously amorphous and shifting, solidified, becoming more distinct, more horrifying. Liam recognized fragments of his own nightmares, not just fleeting glimpses but whole scenes replayed with brutal clarity. The familiar panic of sleep paralysis, the suffocating weight of unseen presences, the creeping dread that clung to him like a shroud, all were present, magnified 1,000-fold within these glass prisons. He saw himself, trapped and helpless, the monstrous figures from his nightmares looming over him, their shadowy forms reaching out to claim him. The sheer intensity of the scene was almost too much to bear. One jar in particular caught his attention. Inside, a figure writhed, its form vaguely humanoid but disturbingly distorted. Its skin seemed to melt and reform, its limbs lengthening and shortening in unnatural ways. Its face, when it briefly coalesced, was a mask of pure agony, a terrifying parody of human suffering. The eyes, if they could be called eyes, were glowing embers of pure hate, fixed on Liam with a chilling intensity that made his skin crawl. The creature within the jar seemed to be aware of his gaze, its writhing intensifying as if it were attempting to reach out, to claw its way out of its glass prison. It was the embodiment of his deepest, most primal fear, utter helplessness in the face of unspeakable horror. Mark, his face ashen, continued to mumble prayers, his voice barely a whisper above the collector's chilling laughter. But the prayers seemed to have little effect. The collector's power was overwhelming, a suffocating presence that pressed down on them, crushing their spirits and eroding their resolve. The air itself felt heavy, thick with an oppressive dread that seemed to feed on their fear. Each heartbeat was a hammer blow against their already fragile hope. The collector's influence extended beyond the jars, it permeated the very walls of the room, the very fabric of the mansion itself. The shadows seemed to deepen, to writhe and twist, taking on menacing forms that mirrored their deepest fears. The silence, broken only by the collector's laughter and the muffled screams of the trapped nightmares, became a living entity, pressing in on them, suffocating them, threatening to consume them entirely. Liam felt the crushing weight of the collector's gaze, a psychic assault that threatened to shatter his mind. He struggled to maintain his composure, to hold on to the remnants of his sanity. The images flooding his mind, his own nightmares played back in horrifying detail, the faces of loved ones twisted in agony, the chilling whispers of entities from beyond comprehension threatened to overwhelm him. The nightmares within the jars seemed to intensify their struggles. Their forms became more distinct, their screams, though silent, palpable. It was as though they were fighting back, their collective were resisting the collector's control. But their resistance was a desperate, feeble struggle against a power that seemed almost limitless. The collector, however, sensed this nascent defiance, and his laughter grew colder, more menacing, more filled with the cold fury of a god whose dominion was threatened. The collector stepped closer, his movements fluid and unnerving, his presence a chilling wave of darkness that swept over them. He raised his hand, a skeletal appendage that shimmered with an unholy light. Liam braced himself for the attack, the cold steel of the tire iron feeling strangely insignificant in the face of such overwhelming power. The collector did not strike, however. Instead, he began to chant, a low, guttural incantation that resonated deep within their bones, causing their very marrow to shiver. The air grew colder, the shadows deeper, the weight of the collector's presence more intense. The nightmares within the jars reacted to the incantation, their struggles intensifying, their forms shifting and contorting in ways that defied comprehension. They were not merely trapped, they were being manipulated, their essence being twisted and reshaped by the collector's will. The incantation seemed to amplify the collector's power, driving the nightmares into a frenzy. The glass jars vibrated violently, threatening to shatter under the strain. Liam saw fragments of scenes from his own past, childhood memories, long-forgotten traumas, moments of deepest shame and insecurity, warped and twisted into monstrous parodies of themselves. The collector was not merely trapping nightmares, he was extracting their very essence, distilling their fears, their anxieties, their deepest regrets, and forging them into weapons of unimaginable horror. The collector's voice, a symphony of whispers and guttural growls, filled the room. It spoke of power, of control, of the endless pleasure derived from dominating the minds of others, from breaking their wills, from crushing their hopes. The voice was seductive, terrifying, and utterly irresistible. Liam found himself drawn into its hypnotic rhythm, his resistance waning, his will crumbling under the weight of its malevolent power. The visions intensifying, growing more vivid and horrifying, threatened to consume him. Mark and Sarah, equally affected by the incantation, started to sway, their eyes glazed over, their minds succumbing to the collector's influence. The room became a swirling vortex of darkness and terror, a nightmarish landscape where reality and illusion blurred together. The collector's laughter filled the room, mocking their helplessness, celebrating his impending victory. Yet, amidst the chaos and terror, something changed. A faint flicker of resistance arose within Liam, a spark of defiance against the overwhelming power of the collector. He focused his will, channeling his fear and anger into a single point of resistance, pushing back against the collector's insidious influence. He gripped the tire iron tighter, focusing on the cold steel as a grounding force against the storm raging in his mind. The other nightmares, seemingly drawn to Liam's defiance, began to struggle with renewed intensity. Their forms, even as they twisted under the collector's control, emanated a faint but discernible glow, a flicker of resistance against the encroaching darkness. The collective consciousness of the trapped nightmares, sensing a new hope, began to unify its efforts, forming a psychic counterpoint to the collector's will. The battle, it seemed, was far from over. The tide was shifting, albeit subtly, a silent war waged within the very heart of the collector's nightmarish dominion. The horror had reached its zenith, but within the depths of the despair, a faint glimmer of hope began to shine. The fight for liberation was far from won, but it had begun. The collector's chanting intensified, the guttural sounds resonating deep within their bones, a primal rhythm that threatened to unravel their very being. The air crackled with unseen energy, a palpable sense of dread that pressed down on them like a physical weight. Liam felt the life draining from him, a slow, insidious leaching of his essence, his strength ebbing away with each passing second. He watched, horrified, as his own reflection in one of the myriad glass jars showed a ghastly pallor, his eyes dimming, his body slumping. He was fading, dissolving into the collector's nightmarish realm. Mark and Sarah were even worse. Their bodies were racked with tremors, their skin clammy and cold, their breaths shallow and ragged. Their eyes, once filled with fear, were now vacant, devoid of life, mere windows to the collector's horrifying influence. Their very essence seemed to be evaporating, leaving behind empty shells. The nightmares within the jars reacted to the collector's power, their struggles becoming more frantic, their forms more grotesque. They were no longer just trapped, they were being consumed, their essence being absorbed into the collector's growing power. Their screams, though silent, were a symphony of agony, a chorus of despair echoing through the chamber. Liam felt a kinship with these tormented souls, a shared understanding of their helplessness. He saw them not as mere manifestations of fear, but as fellow prisoners, trapped in a nightmarish prison orchestrated by the collector. The collector's laughter echoed again, but this time it held a different tone, a note of triumph, of absolute dominance. He raised his skeletal hand, and a wave of darkness washed over them, engulfing them in a suffocating tide of despair. The darkness was not merely a physical presence, it was a psychic attack, an invasion of their minds, their memories, their very souls. Liam's memories flashed before his eyes, fragments of his childhood, his relationships, his dreams, all twisted into grotesque parodies of themselves. He saw himself as a child, afraid of the dark, tormented by his own anxieties. He saw his past mistakes, his regrets, his missed opportunities. The collector, in his terrifying wisdom, used these wounds to strip him bare, to expose his deepest insecurities. It was a brutal psychic dissection, an intimate invasion of his very being. The collector's power felt almost limitless, a malevolent force that dwarfed everything Liam had ever known. The collector was not merely collecting nightmares, he was collecting lives, their fears, and their very souls. He was absorbing their essence, feeding on their despair. He was turning them into fuel for his unholy power. As Liam felt himself fading, he clung to a sliver of hope, a tiny spark of resistance. He focused his mind on the tire iron in his hand, the cold steel serving as a last vestige of reality in this nightmarish world. The texture of the metal against his skin, the weight in his hand, it was the only anchor in the swirling chaos that threatened to swallow him whole. He concentrated on this physical sensation, focusing on it to banish the encroaching darkness. It was a desperate strategy, a last-ditch effort to fight back against the collector's overwhelming power, but it was all he had. He wouldn't let the collector take him without a fight. Suddenly, he felt a shift. A subtle change in the atmosphere. The collector's laughter momentarily faltered, replaced by a low growl of frustration. He saw it in the jars, the other nightmares, despite their torture, were fighting back. Their struggles were intensified, their forms burning with a strange, ethereal light. Their collective agony was turning into defiance, forming an unseen counterpoint to the collector's absolute power. It was as if they had sensed Liam's resistance, his defiance, and they found strength in his example. Their collective will, previously fragmented and scattered, began to coalesce, forming a force to counteract the collector's psychic assault. The silent screams transformed into a unified roar, a silent scream of defiance that pushed back against the darkness. Liam found that this collective resistance was feeding into his own newfound strength. It was a reciprocal surge of energy. As the collective will of the trapped nightmares grew stronger, so too did his own, creating a feedback loop of defiance. He could feel the collector's power faltering, weakening, the oppressive weight easing slightly. The collector, sensing this unexpected resistance, reacted with fury. His chanting became more frenzied, his laughter more strained, his power wavering. The nightmares intensified their struggles, their light growing brighter, their forms shifting and reforming in defiant gestures against their tormentor. The battle raged in the heart of the Nightmare Collection. It was a war of wills, a psychic struggle for survival. The glass jars began to shake violently, the trapped nightmares thrashing against their glass prisons with renewed vigor. The air crackled with chaotic energy, the very essence of the mansion seeming to vibrate with the intensity of the psychic conflict. The collector was losing control, his dominion challenged, his absolute power threatened. The collector roared, a sound that tore through the silence, a desperate cry of frustration. He lunged towards Liam, his skeletal hand outstretched, but his attack lacked its previous power, his movements jerky and uncontrolled. The collector's power had begun to wane, his terrifying dominance beginning to crumble under the unexpected tide of defiance. The tables had turned, however slightly. The nightmares, once mere pawns in his game, had transformed into unwilling allies, their combined wills forming an impenetrable barrier against his nightmarish control. Liam, fueled by the collective resistance and his own newfound strength, swung the tire iron, aiming for the collector's outstretched hand. The blow wasn't particularly strong, but it seemed to break the spell, a physical manifestation of the mental defiance they had conjured. The collector staggered back, his unholy light dimming, his power leaking away like sand through his skeletal fingers. His chanting faded, his laughter died in his throat, replaced by a low, guttural whimper. His dominance, once absolute, was shattering. The nightmares within their glass prisons, emboldened by this shift in power, intensified their struggles, their ethereal glow intensifying. The battle for their liberation was only just beginning, but the first crack had appeared in the collector's otherwise impenetrable fortress. The tide had irrevocably turned. The collector's whimper morphed into a shriek of pure, unadulterated rage. His form flickered, the skeletal structure momentarily dissolving into swirling shadows before reforming, distorted and unstable. The glass jars holding the nightmares began to crack under the strain of the intensified struggle within, the ethereal light emanating from the trapped souls growing brighter, more intense, threatening to shatter their confines. The very air thrummed with the chaotic energy of the psychic battle, a cacophony of wills clashing in a desperate fight for survival. Liam, emboldened by the unexpected shift in power, didn't hesitate. He lunged forward, the tire iron a crude weapon against a foe of unimaginable power, but a weapon wielded with the desperation of a cornered animal. He swung again, connecting with the collector's ribcage with a sickening thud. The blow was insignificant against such a being, but it was enough to momentarily disorient the collector, providing Liam a crucial opening. Mark and Sarah, their bodies still ravaged but their spirits flickering back to life, mirrored Liam's action, fueled by the same desperate hope. Mark, with a strength he didn't know he possessed, heaved himself upwards, his hand instinctively reaching for a nearby shard of glass that had fallen from a shattered jar. Sarah, despite her weakened state, found her voice, a strangled cry of defiance that pierced the silent chaos of the chamber. Their combined efforts, however small, chipped away at the collector's diminishing control. The collector, weakened but far from defeated, retaliated with a flurry of spectral claws. His attacks were erratic, lacking the precision and power they had previously possessed. He was losing control, his grip on reality loosening, his dominion crumbling. Liam parried a blow, feeling the chilling touch of spectral energy against his skin. He stumbled, but he didn't fall. The nightmares within the jars, sensing their chance, redoubled their efforts. Their collective struggle became a coordinated assault, their ethereal light weaving together into a blinding wave of energy, pushing against their glass prisons with a force that threatened to rend the very fabric of the collector's nightmarish realm. The glass shattered, one by one, the released nightmares joining the fray, their forms shifting and reforming, their silent screams now a chorus of furious defiance. The chamber became a whirlwind of chaotic energy, a maelstrom of spectral claws and ethereal light. Liam, Mark, and Sarah fought alongside the freed nightmares, their combined efforts a desperate attempt to overcome the Collector's fading power. They weren't fighting with strength alone. They were fighting with a fierce, unyielding will, a collective defiance that fueled their desperate struggle. They were fighting for their lives, for their souls, for the very chance to escape the nightmare that had imprisoned them. The Collector, cornered and desperate, unleashed a final, terrifying blast of energy. The shadows around him coalesced into a monstrous, amorphous form, reaching out with spectral tentacles to ensnare them. The air crackled with energy, the ground beneath them trembling. But the combined might of the freed nightmares, their ethereal forms merging and shifting into an unstoppable wave of light and energy, countered the attack, pushing back against the Collector's final desperate stand. The wave of energy crashed into the Collector's monstrous form, shattering it into 1,000 fragments of shadow that dispersed into the darkness. The Collector, his power utterly spent, vanished, leaving behind only the chilling silence of the chamber and the lingering scent of ozone. Liam, Mark, and Sarah, exhausted but alive, stumbled back, leaning against the wall, gasping for breath. The chamber, once a horrifying gallery of trapped nightmares, was now a chaotic scene of shattered glass and ethereal dust. The freed nightmares, their energy depleted, faded slowly, dissolving back into the shadows, leaving behind only a faint echo of their silent screams. Their escape wasn't without its lingering trauma. The experience had irrevocably changed them. They stumbled out of the mansion, blinking in the pale morning light, the memory of the Collector's power, the chilling touch of his spectral claws, indelibly etched upon their minds. The world seemed different now, the shadows longer, the darkness deeper, the mundane rendered uncanny. They had seen the abyss, and the abyss had looked back, leaving an echoing void within their souls. The journey back was a blur, the mundane details lost in the shadow of their horrific ordeal. They had survived, yes, but the experience had scarred them, leaving them fractured and forever changed. The relief was palpable, but it was laced with a chilling undercurrent of dread, a lingering sense of unease that would forever haunt their waking hours. The nightmares they had escaped were still etched upon their minds, fragments of terror that lingered like phantom limbs, a constant reminder of the horrors they had faced. The psychological scars would take longer to heal. The feeling of paralysis, the chilling touch of the Collector's spectral grasp, were imprinted onto their psyches. Sleep, once a comforting escape, now held a terror that went beyond mere nightmares. The line between dream and reality blurred, the shadows in their periphery seemed to writhe, and the silence of the night was punctuated by the echoes of the Collector's laughter. Their escape was a victory, a testament to their resilience and courage in the face of unimaginable terror. But the price of their freedom was steep, a debt paid in the currency of their sanity. They would carry the burden of their experience, forever haunted by the horrors they had witnessed and the knowledge that the darkness they had escaped still lurked, waiting, in the shadows of their minds. The memory of the Collector's chilling laughter would forever echo in the silent chambers of their hearts, a grim reminder of the nightmare they had barely survived. The world had changed for them. It would never be the same again. The world, once familiar and safe, now held a hidden darkness, a pervasive sense of the uncanny that was interwoven with the fabric of their reality. They had faced their deepest fears, and, while they had emerged victorious, they knew the victory came at a price. The whispers in the darkness, once mere figments of imagination, were now laden with a chilling reality, a haunting reminder of their brush with the Collector and the horrifying realm he commanded. Their escape was complete, but their journey had only just begun, a journey toward healing and reconciliation with a world permanently altered by their encounter with the Nightmare Collector. Story 3: The Awakening. The pale morning light filtered weakly through the dusty windows of Liam's childhood bedroom, casting long, skeletal shadows across the floor. He lay in bed, eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling, the remnants of the nightmare clinging to him like a shroud. It wasn't the usual disorienting paralysis, the familiar weight on his chest, the terrifying inability to breathe or scream. This was different. This was a shared terror, a collective nightmare that resonated with a chilling intensity. He remembered the feeling of falling, a dizzying plunge into an endless void, the ground receding endlessly beneath him. Then, a sudden, sharp awareness of others falling alongside him, their silent screams echoing in the emptiness. He couldn't see them, couldn't even be sure of their exact number, but he felt their presence, a dreadful communion of shared fear. The sensation was both intensely isolating and terrifyingly unifying, a horrifying symphony of dread played out in the silent vacuum of their collective fall. The descent lasted an eternity, or perhaps only a few seconds. Time distorted in that liminal space between sleep and waking, a twilight zone of the mind where logic surrendered to primal terror. Then, the landing. A jarring impact that resonated through his body, a shock that reverberated not just physically, but somehow, psychically, a sense of simultaneous trauma shared across disparate consciousnesses. He awoke in the familiar discomfort of sleep paralysis, but this time, superimposed upon the suffocating weight on his chest was the overwhelming awareness of others sharing his plight. He felt their presence, their struggle, their silent screams, as if their minds were woven together in a dreadful tapestry of shared terror. It wasn't a dream in the traditional sense, it was a direct psychic connection, a shared experience beyond the confines of individual minds. The feeling persisted even after he finally managed to break free from the physical paralysis. The feeling lingered throughout the day, a low hum of dread that permeated his senses. It wasn't just a lingering sense of fear, it was a feeling of profound disconnection, a stark awareness of his precarious place in the fabric of reality. The world seemed somehow off, as if a veil had been lifted, revealing a terrifying undercurrent of chaos and interconnectedness. Later that day, he received a phone call from Sarah. Her voice was strained, filled with a haunting vulnerability that he'd never heard before. She recounted her own experience, an eerily similar tale of a shared nightmare, the collective fall, the shared paralysis, the chilling awareness of other minds trapped in the same terrifying abyss. The descriptions were identical, down to the smallest details, the chilling sense of being watched by unseen eyes, the pervasive feeling of icy dread that lingered long after they awoke. Further calls to Mark confirmed their terrifying suspicion. He, too, had experienced the same nightmare, the same descent, the same chilling awareness of shared terror. The three of them, seemingly unconnected, linked only by a mutual acquaintance, had simultaneously experienced a profoundly unsettling shared dream, a collective nightmare that transcended the boundaries of their individual realities. Their shared experience shattered their perception of reality. The world, once familiar and safe, now felt alien, laced with a chilling undercurrent of the uncanny. The mundane details of daily life seemed to lose their significance, their sharp edges dulled by the overwhelming weight of their collective trauma. Ordinary objects took on a sinister aspect, their shadows lengthening, their surfaces reflecting a disturbingly distorted image of reality. The silence of their apartments was punctuated by the echoes of unseen footsteps, the rustle of unseen garments, the faintest whispers that seemed to weave their way into the spaces between their thoughts. They were hyper-aware of shadows, of movements in their peripheral vision, constantly on edge, their senses heightened to a state of constant vigilance. The darkness, once a comforting embrace, now held a chilling presence, a lurking threat waiting in the wings. Sleep, once a sanctuary from the horrors of the day, became an experience to be dreaded. The threat of a repeat of this shared nightmare loomed over them, a nightmarish specter that haunted their waking hours. They found themselves becoming more isolated, withdrawing from their friends and family, afraid to expose their fragile state of mind, afraid of being judged as crazy, afraid of the potential fallout of revealing their shared experience. Their conversations were dominated by their collective trauma, the fragmented memories of their fall, the unsettling feeling of shared consciousness, the collective paralysis, the chilling sense of being observed by unseen forces. Each shared memory heightened the sense of dread, amplifying their collective fear, fueling a cycle of paranoia and growing unease. As the days turned into weeks, the shared nightmare continued to haunt them, a recurring trauma that permeated every aspect of their lives. They found solace in their shared experience, and the mutual understanding that only those who had gone through the same ordeal could provide. But the shared comfort offered little solace. Their experience had irrevocably altered their perception of reality, leaving them trapped in a perpetual state of unease. The world had changed for them, forever twisted by the chilling reality of their shared nightmare. The uncanny had become their new normal, a chilling reminder of the invisible forces that lurked just beyond the veil of reality. The three friends started searching for answers, a desperate quest for explanation that would help them unravel the mysteries of their shared nightmare. They researched sleep paralysis, explored the phenomenon of shared dreams, and delved into the obscure corners of folklore and mythology in search of a unifying theory. They discovered the existence of ancient rituals and practices aimed at influencing dreams, stories of collective hallucinations, and accounts of shared nightmares spanning different cultures and timelines. Their investigation led them down a rabbit hole of bizarre connections and unsettling coincidences, revealing a complex tapestry of shared experiences woven throughout history. The more they delved into the enigma of their shared nightmare, the more they realized that they were not alone. The nightmare they had experienced was not an isolated incident. It was part of a much larger, more sinister phenomenon, a terrifying connection to something far older and more profound than they could have ever imagined. The world, once familiar and comforting, began to unravel before their eyes, revealing a dark underbelly of shared consciousness and interconnected dread. The line between dream and reality blurred, their waking moments echoing the terror of their shared nightmare, their dreams becoming a twisted reflection of their increasingly fractured reality. The shadows in their peripheral vision seemed to writhe and shift, their murmurs echoing the silent screams of their shared ordeal. The silence of the night was punctuated by chilling whispers, phantom footsteps, and the unsettling sensation of being watched, always watched, by unseen eyes. Their shared trauma had inextricably linked them together. They were more than just friends now. They were bound together by a collective nightmare, a shared experience that had transcended the confines of individual realities. They were united in their trauma, but also in their desperate search for answers, a desperate attempt to understand and ultimately overcome the terrifying force that had bound them together in this chilling shared nightmare. Their journey had just begun, a journey into the heart of darkness, into the realm of shared dreams, and into the terrifying unknown of the uncanny. The shared nightmare was more than just a dream. It was a waking horror, a terrifying reality woven into the fabric of their lives, and the question remained, how do you escape a nightmare you share with others? The shared nightmare had become a living entity, a malevolent presence that pulsed beneath the surface of their waking lives. It wasn't just a memory, it was an ongoing experience, a chilling undercurrent that flowed through their veins, constricting their breaths and chilling their very souls. The feeling of helplessness was absolute. They were trapped, not in a physical prison, but in a psychic one, bound together by a shared trauma that defied logic and reason. The mundane tasks of daily life became Herculean efforts. The simple act of making coffee felt weighted, each movement a slow, deliberate process, burdened by the lingering dread of the nightmare. The cheerful chatter of their neighbors seemed mocking, a stark contrast to the suffocating silence that had become their constant companion. Their own reflections in mirrors and windows were unsettling, their eyes haunted, their faces pale and drawn, reflecting the deep-seated fear that consumed them. Sleep offered no escape. Even when their bodies rested, their minds were still trapped, reliving the horrifying descent, the collective fall, the crushing weight of paralysis, the chilling awareness of other minds entwined with their own. They dreamt in unison, their subconscious minds connected by an invisible thread of shared terror, their dreams becoming a distorted reflection of their waking reality, blurring the lines between slumber and wakefulness. The line between sanity and madness became increasingly blurred. The world had shifted, subtly but significantly. Familiar objects took on a sinister aspect, shadows danced with unnatural animation, and ordinary sounds morphed into something menacing. The creak of a floorboard became the sound of approaching footsteps, the rustle of leaves transformed into whispered threats, and the ticking of a clock resembled a slow, deliberate countdown to something terrible. Their attempts at communication became fragmented, their words stumbling and halting, struggling to convey the depth of their shared experience. They spoke in hushed tones, their voices filled with a mixture of fear and desperation, their sentences punctuated by long, uneasy silences, haunted by the echoes of their shared screams. Even when they tried to distract themselves, the undercurrent of dread persisted, a chilling reminder of their shared predicament. Days bled into weeks, weeks into months, and the nightmare remained, a constant, suffocating presence. Their shared trauma created a bond, a perverse kinship forged in the crucible of collective fear, but this bond was a double-edged sword. It offered a sense of shared understanding, a recognition that they weren't alone in their suffering, but it also amplified their sense of entrapment, reinforcing the feeling of shared helplessness. Their investigation into the source of their nightmare continued, their search leading them through a labyrinth of esoteric knowledge, ancient texts, and forgotten folklore. They unearthed tales of shared dreaming, of collective hallucinations, and of entities that fed on shared fear. They discovered rituals that purportedly allowed individuals to influence the dreams of others, practices that seemed both terrifying and strangely familiar. The deeper they dug, the more unsettling their findings became. They discovered that their shared nightmare wasn't unique, that similar experiences had been documented throughout history, across different cultures and time periods. The pattern was disturbingly consistent, a collective fall, a shared paralysis, a chilling sense of shared dread, and an inescapable feeling of being watched. Their research uncovered fragmented accounts of cults and secret societies that experimented with shared consciousness, that sought to harness the power of collective dreams for nefarious purposes. They read about ancient rituals aimed at inducing shared nightmares, practices designed to break down the boundaries of individual consciousness and bind minds together in a unified state of terror. These accounts seemed to echo their own experience with chilling accuracy. The more they learned, the more desperate their search for a solution became. They sought out experts, psychologists, neurologists, paranormal investigators, but none could offer a satisfactory explanation for their shared ordeal. Some dismissed their claims as mass hysteria or a shared delusional episode, their skepticism only adding to their sense of isolation and frustration. Others, however, listened with a mixture of fascination and trepidation, acknowledging the unsettling nature of their experience but unable to offer a definitive solution. The boundaries between dream and reality continued to blur, their waking moments haunted by the echoes of their nightmare, their dreams becoming a grotesque extension of their daily lives. Their fear wasn't confined to the darkness of night, it permeated every aspect of their waking hours, transforming the world around them into a menacing landscape of paranoia and uncertainty. Their once familiar surroundings had become a source of constant anxiety. Their apartments, once sanctuaries of comfort and privacy, now felt like prisons, each shadow a potential threat, each creak of the floorboards a harbinger of doom. Their senses were heightened, their perception distorted, their minds consumed by a chilling sense of anticipation, always waiting for the next episode of their shared nightmare. Their friendship, initially a source of strength, became a double-edged sword. The mutual understanding and shared empathy provided solace, but also intensified their sense of entrapment, reinforcing the inescapable nature of their collective ordeal. Their conversations were filled with fragmented memories, unsettling theories, and desperate attempts to understand the unifying horror that had bound them together. They sought solace in ritualistic practices, seeking ways to break the cycle of their shared nightmare. They attempted to reclaim their individuality, to sever the invisible thread that bound their minds together. They tried sleep deprivation, intense meditation, and even ancient counter-rituals found in their research, but nothing seemed to fully alleviate the relentless dread that hung over them. The shared nightmare had become a part of their identity, an inescapable aspect of their existence. It was a waking horror, a constant, chilling reminder of their vulnerability and their interconnection to something beyond their comprehension. They were trapped in a shared hell, a psychic prison of their own making, a terrifying testament to the power of collective consciousness and the chilling reality of the uncanny. The weight of this shared experience pressed down on them, a crushing burden that threatened to overwhelm them. Their initial hope had dwindled, replaced by a profound sense of despair. They were connected, inextricably bound by a shared trauma that transcended the boundaries of individual realities. The unifying horror of the nightmare was not just a shared dream, it was a shared reality, a terrifying reflection of their interconnectedness, and a chilling reminder of the invisible forces that shaped their existence. Their journey, far from being over, was just beginning to descend into a deeper, darker abyss, where the boundaries of reality itself seemed to dissolve into the chilling expanse of the uncanny. The question remained, were they victims, or were they something more? And if so, what? Their investigation took them down winding paths, through dusty archives and forgotten libraries, their search fueled by a desperate need to understand, to explain the inexplicable. They delved into the annals of forgotten lore, uncovering cryptic symbols and fragmented accounts of shared dreaming, rituals that manipulated the subconscious, and entities that thrived on collective fear. The texts were often contradictory, written in archaic languages, and riddled with ambiguities that only deepened their confusion. Yet, within the chaos, a pattern began to emerge, a horrifying tapestry woven from the threads of ancient myth and forgotten rituals. One particularly unsettling text, a leather-bound grimoire discovered in the depths of a university library's rare book collection, detailed a cult known as the Somnus Collective. This shadowy organization, active centuries ago, purportedly dedicated itself to the manipulation of shared dreams. Its members, the text claimed, used complex rituals and hypnotic techniques to weave their consciousnesses together, creating a shared dream state that served as a nexus of power and control. The text described methods of inducing collective paralysis and harnessing the amplified emotions of the participants to achieve their goals, whatever those might have been. The rituals were meticulously documented, each step described in chilling detail, accompanied by disturbing illustrations that seemed to pulse with an unsettling energy even across the centuries. The more they read, the more the individuals felt an unnerving sense of familiarity, a chilling echo of their own shared nightmare. Their research extended beyond written records. They explored folklore, delving into the world of myth and legend. They uncovered stories from around the globe, tales of the old hag, shadow beings that preyed on the sleeping, and entities that fed on fear. These weren't isolated incidents, they were recurring motifs in various cultures, suggesting a universal, underlying truth about the fragility of the human mind and its susceptibility to forces beyond its comprehension. They found descriptions of shared sleep paralysis, collective hallucinations, and terrifying accounts of entities manipulating dreams from the other side of the veil. Each discovery chipped away at their sanity, reinforcing the horrifying conclusion that their experience was far from unique and, possibly, far older than they initially imagined. The individuals began to question the nature of reality itself. The line between their waking lives and their shared nightmare became increasingly blurred. Familiar objects seemed to shift and change, shadows lengthening and contracting, their movements possessing an unnerving intelligence. Sounds became distorted, whispers seemingly emerging from the air itself, and the silence held a palpable tension, a lurking presence that felt both tangible and terrifying. The world, once a comfort, had become a hostile, unpredictable landscape. Their investigation led them to experts in various fields, psychologists, neurologists, anthropologists, and even a handful of academics specializing in the paranormal. The reactions were varied, ranging from outright skepticism and dismissal to cautious curiosity and outright fear. Some dismissed their experience as a shared delusion, a psychological anomaly brought on by stress or sleep deprivation. Others, more open-minded, found themselves strangely captivated, intrigued by the depth and consistency of their accounts, recognizing the uncanny implications of their shared ordeal. One neurologist, Dr. Eleanor Vance, a specialist in sleep disorders, listened intently, her initial skepticism slowly eroding as the individuals described their experiences in chilling detail. She suggested the possibility of a rare form of shared psychosis, a condition where multiple individuals experienced the same delusions and hallucinations. However, even Dr. Vance admitted that their case was unlike anything she had ever encountered. The synchronization of their experiences, the consistency of their dreams, and the unsettlingly precise detail of their nightmare defied a simple neurological explanation. The more evidence they amassed, the more frightening their findings became. Their shared nightmare wasn't just a psychological phenomenon, it felt as though it were an entity, a malevolent force with its own agenda. It had a history, a presence that stretched back through centuries, and a pattern of manipulation that only deepened their sense of unease. The question of why haunted them, why were they chosen? What was the purpose of this collective horror? What power was being wielded, and to what end? The search for answers became a desperate race against time. Each day that passed brought them closer to the precipice of madness, their minds teetering on the edge of collapse. Their waking lives were a constant battle against the encroaching darkness of their shared nightmare, their minds haunted by the chilling presence of something unseen, something malevolent, lurking in the shadows between dream and reality. Their individual attempts to break free failed. They tried sleep deprivation, as suggested by one of the more skeptical doctors. The effects were devastating. Without sleep, their already fragile minds began to unravel, the lines of reality blurring further, the nightmare seeping into their waking moments. Hallucinations intensified, paranoia heightened, and the feeling of being watched became almost unbearable. They attempted meditation, hoping to quiet their minds and find some internal sanctuary. But the darkness followed them even into the silent stillness of their meditative states. Their shared nightmare manifested as subtle whispers, unsettling visions, and the chilling feeling of an unseen presence pressing in upon them, tightening the invisible threads that bound their minds together. Ancient counter-rituals, drawn from the grimoire and other esoteric texts, yielded similarly frustrating results. They conducted elaborate ceremonies, seeking to break the psychic link that connected them, to sever the threads of their shared nightmare. But the rituals seemed to amplify the darkness, bringing them closer, not further, to the malevolent presence that haunted their minds. The climax of their search was their discovery of a hidden passage in the grimoire, a set of cryptic instructions leading to a physical location, a remote, abandoned abbey nestled deep within a fog-shrouded forest. The abbey was shrouded in legend, said to be a site of ancient rituals, a place where the veil between worlds was thin, where the lines between dream and reality blurred into oblivion. The individuals knew, with a chilling certainty, that their journey, their desperate search for answers, was leading them to this place, the heart of their nightmare. The journey was perilous, both physically and mentally. The weight of their shared experience, the constant tension of the ever-present nightmare, and the growing suspicion that they were not simply victims but pawns in a far larger game created a palpable tension that permeated every aspect of their lives. They were walking towards a terrifying confrontation, fully aware that what awaited them could potentially extinguish the flickering flame of their sanity entirely. Their quest for answers was about to plunge them into the heart of the darkness they had tried so desperately to escape. The final confrontation loomed. The abandoned abbey loomed before them, a skeletal silhouette against the bruised twilight sky. Its stone walls, weathered and stained by centuries of rain and mist, seemed to breathe a palpable chill into the already frigid air. A thick, unnatural fog clung to the grounds, obscuring the path and swallowing the sounds of the forest, creating a suffocating silence broken only by the occasional mournful sigh of the wind. The air itself felt thick with a malevolent energy, a palpable dread that settled deep in their bones, a chilling echo of the shared nightmare that had haunted them for so long. As they approached, the fog seemed to thicken, swirling around them like a sentient entity, its icy tendrils probing, testing. The very air felt heavy with the weight of centuries of forgotten rituals, the whispers of countless tormented souls trapped within these crumbling walls. The closer they got, the more vivid the nightmare became, seeping into their waking consciousness with a terrifying clarity. Faces flickered at the edges of their vision, grotesque parodies of their own features, their eyes burning with a cold, malevolent light. Whispers, barely audible, snaked around their minds, promises and threats intertwined, a chilling symphony of despair and madness. Inside the abbey, the air was thick with the smell of decay and dust, a chilling testament to the passage of time. The interior was a labyrinth of crumbling corridors and echoing chambers, each step accompanied by the unsettling crunch of gravel beneath their feet and the groan of ancient timbers protesting the weight of years. The darkness seemed to press in on them, suffocating, as though the very stones were conspiring to keep them trapped within. The oppressive silence was broken only by the sporadic drip of water from the dilapidated roof, each drop echoing like a hammer blow against their already fragile sanity. Their exploration of the abbey led them deeper into the heart of the nightmare, revealing fragments of a horrifying history. They discovered faded frescoes depicting grotesque rituals, their symbols a chilling echo of the cryptic notations they had found in the grimoire. They found remnants of ancient altars, stained with what appeared to be dried blood, and scattered bones, the remnants of long-forgotten sacrifices. The closer they got to the center of the abbey, the stronger the presence of the entity became, its influence a tangible force, pressing down upon them with an icy weight. The climax of their search was the discovery of a hidden chamber, concealed behind a crumbling tapestry depicting a grotesque, nightmarish landscape. The chamber was small, circular, and surprisingly intact, its walls adorned with intricate carvings that seemed to writhe and shift before their eyes. In the center of the chamber, upon a pedestal of black obsidian, rested a pulsating orb of dark energy, the source of their nightmare. The orb throbbed with a malevolent energy, radiating an aura of despair and fear that chilled them to the core. As they observed the orb, the memories of their shared nightmares flooded back, intensified, amplified. They relived the crushing weight of paralysis, the horrifying hallucinations, the chilling whispers that had plagued their minds. They saw the faces of the entity's victims, countless people across time and space, their fear and despair fueling its horrifying existence. The entity was not just a being, it was a parasite, feeding on collective fear and despair, using shared dreams as a conduit to spread its insidious influence. The entity itself was revealed not as a singular, monstrous being, but as a collective consciousness, formed from the amplified fear and despair of countless individuals trapped within its nightmarish web. It fed on the negativity, the terror, the desperation of its victims, drawing power from their shared experiences of sleep paralysis and nightmare, using their vulnerability to sustain its existence. Its power was not physical, but psychic, a subtle manipulation of consciousness, a weaving of nightmares into the fabric of reality. The entity's power was rooted in its ability to connect minds through the shared experience of sleep paralysis. It used this connection to amplify fear and despair, trapping its victims in a nightmarish cycle of terror. It had existed for centuries, its power growing with each new victim, its reach expanding as it fed on collective suffering. Its malevolent influence extended far beyond individual nightmares, weaving itself into the very fabric of reality, subtly distorting perception, creating a world saturated in fear and doubt. The horrifying truth dawned on them: they were not merely victims, but unwilling participants in a far older, far more sinister game. They had been chosen, not for any special reason, but because their minds were particularly susceptible to the entity's manipulations. Their ability to form a strong psychic link during shared sleep paralysis made them ideal vessels for the entity's insidious power. They were unknowingly fulfilling a role in its sinister ritual, a ritual of fear and despair that stretched back to the dawn of time. They understood, now, the true nature of the Somnus Collective. It was not a cult, but an unwitting aggregation of individuals, linked through their nightmares, whose collective fear unknowingly nourished the entity's power. Their shared experience wasn't a coincidence, but a carefully orchestrated manipulation, a strategic convergence designed to unleash the entity's full potential. The orb pulsed, intensifying its malevolent energy. The very air vibrated with the entity's power, a chilling energy that seemed to press against their minds, threatening to shatter their sanity. They knew they had to act, to break the cycle of fear and despair, to sever the connection that bound them to the entity, before it was too late. But how could they possibly hope to defeat an entity whose power was drawn from their own collective fear? Their attempts to destroy the orb proved futile. Their weapons, both physical and spiritual, were powerless against the entity's psychic defenses. The energy pulsed back at them, assaulting their minds, intensifying their shared nightmare, and amplifying their fears. The walls of the chamber seemed to close in, the carvings twisting and contorting into grotesque parodies of their own fears. Then, one of them, spurred by a desperate surge of defiance, realized the entity's weakness. It thrived on fear, on despair, but what about hope, about love, about resilience? What if they could counteract the fear with something stronger, something more profound? They began to chant, not incantations of power or destruction, but simple affirmations of hope, of resilience, of love. Their voices, initially hesitant and trembling, grew stronger, their words filling the chamber, pushing back against the entity's overwhelming power. The orb pulsed violently, its malevolent energy clashing against the wave of positive emotion emanating from their collective consciousness. Slowly, subtly, the nightmare began to recede. The oppressive weight on their minds lessened, the terrifying hallucinations faded, the chilling whispers subsided. The orb's pulsating energy weakened, its malevolent aura dimming. The carvings on the wall stilled, their grotesque shapes softening, losing their nightmarish intensity. The entity, fueled by fear and despair, was being starved of its sustenance. It was being replaced by something far stronger, collective hope. As the last vestiges of the nightmare dissipated, they collapsed, their bodies exhausted, their minds reeling. But they had survived. They had faced the darkness and, against all odds, they had found the strength to overcome it, not through weapons or rituals, but through the unwavering power of collective hope, love, and resilience. The Abbey, no longer a locus of malevolent power, seemed to sigh in relief, the oppressive atmosphere lifting, replaced by a sense of weary peace. The fog outside began to dissipate, revealing a sky clearing of its nocturnal gloom. The dawn was approaching. The battle was won, but the scars, both visible and invisible, would remain, a constant reminder of their terrifying journey into the heart of the nightmare and their astonishing escape. The world outside awaited them, a world they would now view with renewed awareness, a profound understanding of the fragility of the human mind and the enduring power of hope in the face of overwhelming terror. The orb throbbed, its malevolent light flickering like a dying candle. The carvings on the obsidian pedestal, previously writhing and shifting, now seemed to freeze, their grotesque features hardening into a mask of petrified terror. The air, thick with the suffocating weight of the entity's power just moments before, began to thin, to lighten, as if a vast, unseen weight had been lifted. The oppressive silence, once heavy with the promise of madness, was replaced by a tentative quiet, a fragile peace that hung in the balance. A profound exhaustion settled over them, a weariness that seeped into their bones, leaving them trembling and weak. Their bodies ached, their minds reeling from the intensity of the psychic battle they had just endured. Yet, amidst the exhaustion, a sense of triumph bloomed, a fragile flower pushing through the cracks of despair. They had done it. They had faced the inconceivable, the unimaginable, and they had emerged victorious. One of them, their breath ragged and shallow, reached out a trembling hand towards the orb. Hesitantly, almost reverently, they touched its surface. The dark energy, once pulsating with a malevolent energy, now felt strangely inert, cold, devoid of power. It was as if the very essence of the entity had been drained, leaving behind only a husk, a chilling testament to their shared victory. As they touched the orb, a wave of memories washed over them, memories not of terror and despair, but of resilience, of hope, of the unwavering strength they had found within themselves. They recalled their shared chants, their voices rising above the cacophony of the nightmare, their words weaving a tapestry of defiance that had pushed back the darkness. They remembered the feeling of their minds coalescing, their collective consciousness forming a shield, an impenetrable fortress against the entity's psychic assault. They had not just defeated the entity, they had transcended their individual fears, forging a bond of strength and unity that had proved stronger than any malevolent force. The realization dawned on them: their triumph was not merely a victory over an ancient evil, but a profound victory over themselves. They had confronted their deepest fears, their darkest nightmares, and had emerged not only unscathed but stronger, more resilient, more united than ever before. The entity's power had been rooted in their collective fear, their shared vulnerability. By confronting that fear, by embracing their shared experience and transforming it into a source of collective strength, they had broken the cycle of terror. The change within the abbey was palpable. The heavy, oppressive atmosphere had lifted, revealing a space filled with an unexpected tranquility. The oppressive darkness retreated, replaced by a dim, ethereal light that seemed to emanate from within the stones themselves. The grotesque carvings on the walls softened, their nightmarish features fading into abstract patterns, their malevolent energy replaced by a sense of quiet dignity. The air, once thick with the smell of decay and dust, now felt clean, almost fresh, as if a cleansing wind had swept through the ancient halls. As they emerged from the hidden chamber, stepping back into the labyrinthine corridors of the abbey, the sense of unease lingered, yet it was tempered with a growing sense of peace. The very stones of the abbey seemed to have changed, their malevolent energy replaced by a profound sense of release, a silent sigh of relief escaping from the very fabric of its being. The air, once thick with the weight of centuries of sorrow and despair, now felt lighter, almost hopeful. The whispers that had haunted their minds, the faces that had flickered at the edge of their vision, they were gone, banished by the strength of their collective will. Outside the abbey, the fog had almost completely dissipated, revealing a sky awash in the soft, pale light of dawn. The rising sun cast long shadows across the landscape, painting the ruins in hues of gray and gold. The world looked different now, somehow cleaner, sharper, more real. The air was crisp and clean, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. It was a world reborn, washed clean of the nightmare that had threatened to consume it. They walked away from the abbey, hand in hand, the weight of their shared trauma palpable but bearable. The memories of their shared nightmares remained, etched indelibly in their minds, yet they were no longer tools of terror, but poignant reminders of their strength, their resilience, and the unwavering power of their collective spirit. The scars they bore, both physical and emotional, were badges of honor, testament to their journey into the heart of darkness and their miraculous escape. They had conquered not just an entity of immense power, but also their own internal demons. They had faced their deepest fears, confronted their vulnerabilities, and emerged triumphant. Their collective effort had not only saved them, but had altered the very fabric of reality, disrupting the entity's sinister influence and its terrifying cycle of nightmare-fueled sustenance. The shared trauma had forged an unbreakable bond between them, a testament to the power of human connection, of empathy, and of unwavering support in the face of overwhelming adversity. The world stretched before them, vast and unknown, yet no longer cloaked in the shadow of fear. They were changed, irrevocably altered by their experiences, yet they were not broken. They were stronger, wiser, and deeply connected. They had stared into the abyss, and the abyss had blinked first. The world awaited them, and they, armed with the knowledge of their resilience and the strength of their shared bond, were ready to face it. The journey had been harrowing, a descent into the darkest recesses of the human psyche and the collective unconscious. Yet, from the depths of that harrowing journey, they had emerged transformed, their spirits forged in the crucible of terror, their bonds strengthened by the shared experience of confronting unimaginable horror. They understood now the delicate balance between dream and reality, the terrifying power of shared nightmares, and the enduring strength of collective hope. They carried the weight of their memories, the scars of their ordeal, but these were not burdens, but rather testaments to their courage, their resilience, and the unwavering power of human connection in the face of unimaginable terror. Their victory was not merely a triumph over an ancient evil, but a testament to the enduring strength of the human spirit, a profound victory over the darkest aspects of themselves, and a beacon of hope illuminating the path forward. The world outside awaited them, a world transformed not just by their actions, but by the profound change within themselves. They had broken the chains of fear, and in doing so, they had set themselves free. The dawn broke, painting the horizon in hues of hope and promise, a fitting end to their harrowing, unforgettable journey. The awakening was complete, and the world, for them at least, had changed forever. Story 4, The Antique Mirror. The chipped mahogany frame, a dark, almost bruised brown, felt cool against Elias's fingertips. He'd found it tucked away in the back of a dusty antique shop, a forgotten relic amidst chipped porcelain dolls and tarnished silver. The mirror itself was breathtaking, a flawless expanse of antique glass, reflecting a distorted version of the cluttered shop with unnerving accuracy. He'd paid a king's ransom for it, driven by an inexplicable compulsion, a morbid curiosity that whispered promises of forgotten secrets. Back in his dimly lit apartment, the mirror leaned against the wall, its reflection shimmering like a pool of still, dark water. At first, the reflection was unremarkable. It faithfully mirrored his small, sparsely furnished apartment, the worn armchair, the overflowing bookshelves, the half-empty mug of cold coffee on his desk. But as the evening deepened, subtle discrepancies began to appear. The reflection of his bookshelves, initially mirroring his own, started to show books he didn't own, tall, leather-bound volumes with titles written in a language he didn't recognize, their spines warped and unnervingly crooked. A chill, colder than the autumn air seeping through his drafty windows, snaked down his spine. He blinked, rubbed his eyes, convinced he was hallucinating from exhaustion. The books remained. Then, the reflection of the armchair shifted. The familiar, worn fabric seemed to ripple, morphing into a grotesque parody of itself, the cushions bulging and contorting into something vaguely monstrous. The wooden frame seemed to writhe, the grain twisting into unnatural patterns, like the veins of some decaying corpse. This wasn't just a visual distortion, it was a visceral unsettling. It felt wrong, fundamentally, existentially wrong. Elias's heart hammered against his ribs. He approached the mirror cautiously, his reflection staring back, unnervingly unchanged. He reached out a trembling hand, his fingers inches from the cool surface of the glass. The reflection of his hand remained steady, but the reflection of the room behind him was changing at an alarming rate. The walls in his reflection began to bleed, the paint seeping like dark, viscous blood, revealing a warped, decaying structure beneath. The floorboards twisted and warped, resembling the twisted limbs of some fallen giant. His own apartment, so familiar, so safe, was becoming a nightmarish parody of itself. The subtle shifts, the creeping distortions, weren't merely visual, they were a psychological assault, a slow erosion of his sanity. He stepped back, a cold sweat slicking his skin. The changes were becoming more pronounced, more dramatic. He watched, paralyzed, as his reflection of the kitchen transformed into a charnel house, the counters stained crimson, the cabinets hanging open to reveal an array of decaying bones and skeletal remains. The air in his own apartment seemed to grow colder, the silence thick with a palpable sense of dread. Days bled into weeks. Elias's sleep was plagued by disturbing dreams, fragmented visions of warped realities and grotesque distortions. He found himself constantly checking the reflection in the mirror, searching for the next change, the next terrifying transformation. The subtle changes became more frequent, more disturbing. The reflection of his mug would momentarily shift, showing a skull filled with a viscous, black liquid. The reflection of his own face would flicker, showing a fleeting glimpse of a grotesque parody, a twisted mockery of his own features. He tried to rationalize it. A trick of the light? A mental breakdown brought on by stress? But the changes were too consistent, too real. The chilling air, the sounds of barely audible whispers coming from the reflection, further confirmed his dread. These were not just tricks of the mind, they were insidious changes affecting reality itself, manifesting through the mirror's reflection. His reflection was becoming increasingly estranged from himself. The steady gaze that had met his before was now filled with something else, malice, perhaps, or something far more ancient and chilling. There were moments of clarity, moments where his reflection would briefly return to normal, only to be quickly replaced by the nightmarish version. The constant switch between reality and warped reality drove him to madness. He started to see the changes bleeding into his actual reality. Shadows seemed to deepen and lengthen, stretching unnaturally, mimicking the warped shapes he saw in the reflection. Familiar objects began to shift and morph, their forms becoming distorted, their purpose unclear. The sense of unease he felt before had solidified into a horrifying, gnawing paranoia. He questioned his own sanity, his own memories. He tried to ignore the mirror, to cover it up, but its presence remained, an oppressive weight in the room. The whispers grew stronger, the distortions more pronounced. The mirror seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy, drawing him in, promising something he couldn't comprehend, but knew he should desperately avoid. One night, Elias found himself staring into the mirror's depths. The reflection of his apartment was gone, replaced by a swirling vortex of colors and shapes, a chaotic maelstrom of disturbing imagery. From this vortex, a hand, impossibly long and skeletal, emerged, reaching out from the glass, beckoning him. The hand wasn't his, but its resemblance to his own was unsettling. He felt a pull, a powerful force dragging him towards the mirror, towards the swirling nightmare beyond the glass. Panic choked him. He tried to pull away, but the force was too strong, an inescapable magnetism. The room spun, the apartment dissolved around him, the darkness of the mirror pulling him in, promising oblivion and something far more horrifying than mere death. The last thing he saw before the darkness consumed him entirely was his own reflection, not as he was, but as he was destined to become, a twisted, grotesque creature born of the mirror's insidious magic, forever trapped within its nightmarish reflection. The initial changes had been subtle, almost imperceptible. A slight sharpening of the jawline, a deepening of the shadows under his eyes, things easily dismissed as tricks of the light or the fatigue of sleepless nights. But then came the eyes. His own eyes, usually a calm, hazel brown, began to gleam with a malevolent amber light, a predatory glint that sent a shiver down his spine. It was as if a stranger was looking back at him, a stranger who possessed an unsettling familiarity. This was not simply a distortion, it was a metamorphosis. The transformation wasn't merely visual, it was visceral. He felt it in the pit of his stomach, a cold dread that seeped into his bones. The reflection wasn't just changing, it was becoming. A darker version of himself, a warped mirror image born of his deepest anxieties and unspoken fears. The smile that crept onto his reflected lips was not his own, a cruel, predatory grin that twisted his features into a grotesque caricature. He tried to rationalize it again, to dismiss it as a manifestation of his growing paranoia. He was overworked, stressed, sleep-deprived. He'd spent too many nights scouring the darkest corners of the internet, immersed in unsettling tales of the uncanny and the macabre. But the reflection remained, a relentless manifestation of his fears, a constant, silent judgment. The longer he stared, the more the reflection seemed to feed on his apprehension, growing stronger, more real, more menacing. The changes accelerated. His hair, normally neatly combed, became wild and unkempt, strands sticking out at unnatural angles, reflecting the turmoil within. His skin, once smooth, became pallid and stretched taut over sharp cheekbones, giving his face a gaunt, skeletal appearance. The reflection's eyes burned with an infernal light, seeming to bore into his soul, probing the deepest recesses of his subconscious. Sleep became a refuge from the terror, but even in dreams, the warped reflection pursued him. His nightmares were filled with shifting landscapes and grotesque parodies of reality, where familiar places morphed into something monstrous and alien. He'd wake up in a cold sweat, heart pounding, the image of his sinister double seared onto his mind. The line between dream and reality began to blur, his waking hours tainted by the lingering dread of the nightmare reflection. The mirror itself seemed to feed on his fear. It pulsed with a subtle energy, a low hum that only he could hear, a constant reminder of the transformation taking place. He tried to avoid looking at it, to cover it with a sheet, to banish it from his sight. But the image haunted him, seeping into his thoughts, mirroring his every fear, amplifying his every anxiety. Even when he closed his eyes, the twisted features of his reflection burned themselves into the darkness behind his eyelids. He began to see glimpses of the changes in his real life. His hands, once steady, developed a tremor, his movements becoming jerky and unpredictable. His eyes reflected the same unnerving amber light he saw in the mirror, catching the attention of those around him, eliciting uneasy glances. His colleagues seemed to avoid him, their eyes filled with a mixture of fear and apprehension. His own personality shifted, his formerly calm demeanor replaced by sharp irritability and an unwarranted aggression. The changes weren't confined to the physical. His thoughts grew darker, more twisted. His once vibrant imagination became a playground for his growing paranoia. The reflection in the mirror seemed to be influencing his behavior, guiding his thoughts, feeding his darkest impulses. He found himself drawn to violent imagery, to dark and disturbing websites, a stark contrast to his previously mild personality. The fractured self within him waged a silent war. He could feel the struggle, the constant tug-of-war between his true self and the sinister entity that was slowly taking over. One moment, he would feel a surge of his old self, the warmth of human connection, the joy of creation, the comfort of familiarity. The next, he would be swept away by a tide of cold dread, his thoughts poisoned by the malevolent influence of his reflection. He attempted to seek help, to explain the horrors he was experiencing, but his words fell short, dismissed as symptoms of stress or mental illness. No one could understand the chilling reality of his situation, the inexorable transformation that was consuming him from within. The doctor saw only a breakdown, while he saw the horrifying truth manifested in the antique mirror's reflection, the terrifying birth of his darker self. The final transformation was swift and brutal. One morning, he woke to find his own body changed, mirroring the grotesque reflection he'd grown to dread. The skin was pale, stretched thin, the eyes burned with amber fire, the smile was fixed in a cruel, perpetual grin. He looked at his hands, skeletal and clawed, and knew that the struggle was over. The monstrous reflection had won. He was no longer Elias. He was its grotesque parody, a horrifying testament to the insidious power of the antique mirror and the fractured self it had unveiled. He was trapped, a prisoner in his own twisted form, his existence a chilling reflection of the terror he had initially observed in the glass. The mirror, now reflecting only the monstrous being that he had become, remained a silent, sinister monument to his demise. The whispers from the mirror ceased, the unsettling hum fading as it had accomplished its task, leaving behind a hollow shell of what once was, forever bound to the warped reflection. His existence was a chilling echo of the horror he had encountered within the glass, forever reflected in his terrifying transformation, and forever haunting anyone who might dare to gaze upon the antique mirror again. The whispers started subtly, almost imperceptible against the backdrop of the silent apartment. At first, they were like the rustling of dry leaves in a distant wind, a faint scratching at the edges of his hearing. He dismissed them as the creaks and groans of an old house settling, the phantom sounds of a city breathing in its sleep. But the whispers persisted, growing bolder, more insistent. They weaved themselves into the silence, clinging to the edges of his consciousness like cobwebs. They were not words, not exactly. They were more like impressions, sensations, the echoes of voices speaking a language he didn't understand yet somehow felt viscerally. A chilling undercurrent of dread ran through them, a palpable sense of malevolence that sent shivers down his spine. He'd find himself pausing, straining his ears, trying to decipher the cryptic murmurings, but they'd retreat, becoming just the background hum of the city once more, leaving him with a nagging sense of unease. The whispers became linked to the mirror. He'd noticed them strongest when he was near it, a low, humming drone that resonated deep within his chest. The glass itself seemed to vibrate, to pulse with a sinister energy, a heartbeat from another realm. The polished surface rippled with unseen currents, the reflection flickering momentarily, showing distortions that weren't there a second before. The whispers started to coalesce into fragmented phrases, snippets of conversation that felt both alien and intimately familiar. They were laced with malice, whispered promises of power and oblivion, laced with the chilling undertones of a malevolent entity playing on his deepest fears. He started to hear snippets of his own thoughts, twisted and distorted, reflected back at him in a mocking parody of his inner voice. The whispers seemed to be probing him, testing his resolve, drawing him into their insidious web. Sleep offered no respite. The whispers followed him into his dreams, swirling around him like phantoms, their voices weaving themselves into the fabric of his nightmares. He'd awaken in cold sweats, his heart pounding, the whispers echoing in the silence of his room, a relentless reminder of the malevolent presence that had taken root within his home. He tried to rationalize it, to find a logical explanation. Stress, fatigue, sleep deprivation, all plausible culprits in his current state of mental turmoil. But even to his own logical mind, those explanations felt hollow and weak in the face of the increasing intensity and coherence of the whispers. They were no longer just sounds, they were a presence, a chilling entity that seemed to feed on his desperation and despair. The whispers evolved, becoming more direct, more threatening. They started mentioning his name, weaving it into their chilling pronouncements, his personal identity becoming a tool to increase his anxiety and fear. They spoke of things he dared not even imagine, things that lurked in the darkest corners of his subconscious, amplifying his fears and planting new ones in their place. He could hear them even when he didn't want to. They were woven into the fabric of his reality, an omnipresent soundtrack to his despair. His attempts to escape the whisper's influence proved futile. He tried covering the mirror, barricading it away from sight, but the whispers persisted. He moved from room to room, only to discover that the haunting sounds followed him, their sinister intonations weaving into the ambience of every corner of his house. They were bound to him, a malevolent spirit that had found a host. He felt like a puppet, manipulated by invisible strings, each tug bringing him closer to the abyss. He started to see things, fleeting shadows in the periphery, faint movements in the darkness that were more felt than seen. The air grew heavy, charged with a palpable tension, the silence between the whispers filled with an unsettling anticipation. He found himself constantly looking over his shoulder, a prisoner in his own fear, anticipating the next whisper, the next intrusion into his already fractured sanity. The reflection in the mirror became more prominent in the whisper's influence, warping and distorting in synchronization with the sounds. He started seeing glimpses of a darker self within the glass, a monstrous version of himself that seemed to be actively feeding on his emotions. The entity in the mirror wasn't just a reflection, it was a conduit, a gateway to another world, and the whispers were its voice. Days bled into nights. His sanity frayed, his once orderly life now a chaotic descent into the abyss. He stopped eating, stopped sleeping, barely functioning, utterly consumed by his terror. The whispers were a constant, relentless barrage, a torrent of unsettling sounds, weaving their way into his very being. The chilling murmurings were the last shred of his crumbling sanity. He was losing himself, his fear becoming a self-fulfilling prophecy. The whispers reached a crescendo, a storm of voices that threatened to consume him entirely. He felt the entity in the mirror reaching out to him, its fingers of darkness wrapped around his mind, pulling him into its infernal embrace. His fear was no longer just a feeling, but a physical force, a weight that threatened to crush him. He was on the verge of utter collapse, a victim of the whisper's insidious power. The mirror, once a simple piece of antique furniture, had become a gateway to a terrifying otherworld, a chilling testament to the insidious power of reflections. And as the whispers reached their most terrifying intensity, the antique mirror seemed to be waiting for him to embrace the darkness, to finally cross over to the other side of the glass. The final whisper, a voice he now knew intimately, spoke his name, and the world dissolved into a deafening silence, leaving only the cold, empty stare of the antique mirror and the horrifying knowledge that he was no longer alone. The silence, once a refuge, now felt like a suffocating pressure. The whispers, though still present, had retreated, replaced by a bone-chilling stillness that was far more terrifying. It was the quiet before the storm, a pregnant pause filled with the unspoken promise of dread. He stared at the antique mirror, its surface a still, dark pool reflecting a world that was subtly, yet terrifyingly, different from his own. The reflection wasn't quite him. Not entirely. It was a distorted version, a twisted mockery, the edges blurred, the colors slightly off, a subtle shift in features that sent a shiver down his spine. It was like looking at a photograph slightly out of focus, but the blurring was not just visual, it was a distortion of his very being, an echo of himself, tainted and warped by something sinister. His eyes, usually a warm brown, were now a cold, unsettling gray, seemingly devoid of life, yet burning with an unsettling intensity. His smile, if it could be called a smile, was a cruel, almost predatory grimace, a mask of malevolence that chilled him to the bone. He felt a strange pull, a magnetic force emanating from the mirror, drawing him closer, inch by agonizing inch. He tried to resist, to pull away, but his body seemed to have a will of its own, an irresistible compulsion dragging him towards the glass. The air around him crackled with energy, the temperature dropping several degrees as he neared the mirror, a physical manifestation of the otherworldly power it held. The reflection moved. It wasn't just a passive reflection anymore, it was an active participant in this horrifying dance. The distorted version of himself reached out a hand, its fingers long and skeletal, claws extending from the fingertips, a grotesque parody of his own flesh and bone. The hand seemed to pass through the glass, reaching across the boundary between worlds. Panic seized him, a raw, visceral fear that threatened to overwhelm him. He tried to scream, to run, but his body remained unresponsive, trapped in this macabre ballet of dread. The hand beckoned, its movements hypnotic and strangely alluring, despite the obvious threat. The distorted reflection offered a chilling promise of oblivion, power, or perhaps something far more sinister. He noticed details he hadn't before. The frame of the antique mirror, once intricately carved and beautiful, was now etched with symbols he didn't recognize, arcane glyphs pulsing with a faint, internal light. They seemed to shift and change as he watched, the patterns twisting and morphing, defying any sense of permanence. The wood itself seemed alive, its grain throbbing with an unseen energy, the surface exuding a palpable malevolence. The whispers returned, but they were different now, more coherent, more direct. They weren't just sounds, they were voices, a chorus of disembodied voices chanting in a language he inexplicably understood. The voices spoke of a world beyond the mirror, a place of shadows and unending darkness, a realm where his distorted reflection ruled supreme. The reflection's smile widened, revealing teeth that were far too sharp, far too long, predatory fangs capable of ripping flesh and bone. The gray eyes burned with an icy fire, and he could feel the intensity of its gaze, the burning stare of something ancient and malevolent, penetrating his very soul. It was not simply a reflection, it was a sentient entity, a being of immense power and cruelty. He felt a strange sense of familiarity, a sickening recognition of the entity in the mirror as a dark side of himself, a suppressed part of his subconscious now given form and terrifying power. It was as if his deepest fears, his darkest desires, had been manifested in physical form, a horrifying manifestation of his own hidden depravity. The hand extended further, its skeletal fingers closing around his wrist. He felt a cold, icy grip, a sensation of being pulled across worlds, a physical manifestation of the supernatural power of the antique mirror. He attempted to struggle, to pull away, but his strength failed him. His body felt numb, his movements sluggish, his consciousness beginning to fade. The pull intensified, the distorted reflection's grip tightening. He felt himself being drawn into the glass, his body stretching and warping as if it were made of rubber. He saw fragments of the other world through the distorted glass, flashes of darkness and unsettling shapes, glimpses of a horrifying reality that existed just beyond the barrier of the reflection. He gasped, a desperate, ragged breath that caught in his throat. The mirror's cold surface pressed against his skin, its chill seeping into his very bones. The distorted reflection laughed, a rasping, guttural sound that resonated deep within his chest. He could feel his consciousness slipping away, his grip on reality fading, pulled down into the infernal abyss reflected in the glass. The edges of his vision blurred, then darkened. The last thing he saw was the distorted reflection's face, its triumphant, malevolent grin, its gray eyes burning with a cold, unwavering satisfaction as it pulled him completely through the glass. The world beyond the mirror swallowed him whole. The antique mirror remained, its dark, still surface reflecting nothing but its own chilling emptiness, an empty space where a man once stood, now a prisoner of his own reflection, lost in the terrifying embrace of a world beyond the looking glass. The whispers were gone, replaced by an unsettling quietude that spoke of something far more sinister than any sound. The silence was the most terrifying part of all. The icy grip tightened, pulling him inexorably towards the distorted reflection. Terror, raw and primal, clawed at his throat, but his screams were swallowed by the suffocating silence of the room. He felt his body contorting, stretching, as if the very fabric of his being was being ripped apart, molecule by molecule. The pain was intense, searing, a fiery agony that consumed him, yet oddly, it was intertwined with a strange, hypnotic allure, a perverse sense of fascination with the oblivion that awaited him. The fragments of the other world he'd glimpsed earlier intensified, becoming more coherent, less fleeting. He saw swirling vortexes of darkness, grotesque shapes shifting and coalescing, impossibly twisted landscapes that defied all logic and reason. Faces, twisted and monstrous, peered out from the depths, their silent screams echoing in the void. A desperate, primal instinct to survive surged through him, overriding the hypnotic pull of the mirror. He fought, not with strength, but with sheer willpower, a furious rebellion against the encroaching darkness. He focused on a single point in his reality, his bedroom, the mundane, the ordinary. Anything to cling to the remnants of his sanity. With a surge of adrenaline-fueled energy, he reached out, his hand trembling, and grabbed the heavy, ornate frame of the antique mirror. His fingers scraped against the cold, polished wood, finding purchase on the intricately carved designs, the arcane symbols throbbing with a sinister light. He braced himself, summoning every ounce of his remaining strength, and with a guttural roar, he heaved his entire weight against the glass. The mirror shattered with a deafening crack, a cascade of splintered glass raining down around him, a chaotic explosion of glittering shards. A wave of chilling energy washed over him, a blast of cold that numbed him from head to toe. The whispers, the voices, the pull, all of it ceased abruptly. The silence that followed was different this time, no longer the pregnant pause of dread, but the absolute, unnerving quiet of a vacuum. He collapsed, breathless and exhausted, amidst the shattered remains of the mirror. His body ached, a symphony of pain echoing through his muscles and bones. He lay there for what felt like an eternity, his senses reeling, his mind adrift in a sea of disorientation. Slowly, painstakingly, he began to regain his bearings. He looked around, his eyes scanning the room, searching for some semblance of normalcy, some grounding anchor in the chaos. The bedroom was the same, yet different. The familiar patterns of furniture and decor were strangely skewed, as if seen through a distorted lens. Colors seemed muted, slightly off, the shadows longer, deeper, more menacing. He tried to stand, but his legs felt weak, unsteady. He stumbled to his feet, clinging to a nearby chair for support. He looked down at his hands, his fingers trembling. They looked wrong. The skin seemed thinner, almost translucent, the veins pulsing with an unnatural luminosity. He felt a creeping sense of unreality, a growing unease that something fundamental had shifted, something deeply unsettling had warped his perception. His reflection in the scattered fragments of the mirror was fractured, fragmented, a mosaic of distorted images. He saw glimmers of the grotesque reflection from before, fleeting images that haunted the edges of his perception. But there were other things too, fleeting visions of landscapes that defied earthly logic, monstrous creatures lurking in the shadows, faces that were both familiar and utterly alien. Time became fluid, shifting and warping, blurring the lines between reality and hallucination. He found himself staring at ordinary objects, his perception bending and stretching their forms. The walls seemed to breathe, the furniture shifting and rearranging itself before his eyes. He started to question his sanity, his grip on reality fraying at the edges. He wandered through his apartment, each familiar object now imbued with an unsettling strangeness. His bed looked like a grotesque parody of comfort, the pillows forming monstrous faces in the dim light. His bookshelves seemed to writhe with unseen energies, their contents shifting, rearranging themselves into nonsensical sequences. The very air itself seemed thick with an unnatural energy, pulsating with something that lay beyond comprehension. He attempted to call for help, his voice a strange whisper that seemed to disappear into the echoing emptiness of his apartment. The sounds around him were distorted, muffled, as if separated from him by a layer of thick glass. He tried to comprehend his altered environment, attempting to make sense of the distortions that tormented his perception. His mind struggled, grasping at logic that was failing, crumbling, unable to hold up against this onslaught of surreal sensory input. He was becoming unhinged, his perception of reality falling apart at the seams. He reached for his phone, his fingers fumbling over the glass. As he scrolled through his pictures, his memories appeared to be altered as well. Faces and pictures were altered, subtle distortions, a blurring here, a sharpened detail there. Moments from his past were not as he recalled. This was beyond simple hallucinations, it was a fundamental warping of his timeline. Days blurred into a shapeless, unending nightmare. He lost track of time, his sense of self dissolving in the face of this unrelenting assault on his sanity. Every moment was a struggle to cling to the last vestiges of reality, to maintain a fragile sense of who he was, even as his mind was torn apart. The fear was no longer a physical sensation, it had become a part of him, a fundamental aspect of his being. It was a constant, gnawing anxiety, a relentless dread that wrapped around him like a suffocating shroud. He was alone, trapped in a distorted world of his own making, a world where the line between sanity and madness had been forever erased. He sat in the dim light of his apartment, the shattered remnants of the antique mirror still scattered on the floor, a tangible reminder of the shattering of his reality. The whispers were gone, replaced by the unsettling silence of a mind fractured, a sanity splintered beyond repair. The horror wasn't just in the unseen, but in the unsettling transformation of the scene, the familiar now twisted into something grotesque and alien. He was left with the chilling realization that the most terrifying monsters weren't in another world, they resided within the warped depths of his own shattered reflection. The mirror may have been destroyed, but its influence lingered, a permanent distortion in the fabric of his being, a constant, chilling reminder of the day his reality shattered. The silence was broken only by the relentless pounding of his own heart, a frantic drumbeat against the chilling stillness of his altered reality. The antique mirror was gone, but the reflection remained, a distorted, horrifying image etched onto his soul. Story 5: The Smart Mirror. The antique mirror's destruction hadn't brought peace, it had ushered in a new, more insidious terror. The chilling aftermath wasn't a physical wound, but a mental laceration, a fracture in the very fabric of his perception. He'd spent days, maybe weeks, time had become meaningless, in a state of hallucinatory disorientation, the boundaries of reality dissolving around him like melting ice. Then, one morning, amidst the lingering disarray of his shattered apartment, he saw it, a notification on his phone. A new app, Reflecta, had been installed. He had no memory of downloading it. He hesitated, a primal fear coiling in his gut, a fear far deeper than the terror the antique mirror had inflicted. This felt different, more invasive. He knew, with a certainty that chilled him to the bone, that this app was connected to the mirror, a digital extension of the otherworldly incursion. With trembling fingers, he tapped the icon. The screen flickered to life, displaying a pristine, minimalist interface, a single, flawlessly polished virtual mirror. He stared at his reflection. It was him, yet subtly off. The lines around his eyes seemed deeper, the shadows under his eyes more pronounced, as if he'd aged a decade in a single night. But it wasn't just the physical alteration. There was something in his eyes, a chilling emptiness that wasn't his own. A flicker of something monstrous momentarily flickered in his reflection, then vanished, leaving him with a nagging feeling of having just narrowly avoided something truly horrifying. A shiver snaked down his spine. He instinctively swiped across the screen. The mirror vanished, replaced by a gallery of images, thumbnails that pulsed with an unsettling internal light. He tapped one hesitantly. The image that filled the screen was impossible. A city skyline, breathtaking in its architecture, yet distorted in a way that defied the laws of physics. Buildings twisted and spiraled into each other, defying gravity and perspective. The sky pulsed with an unnatural, iridescent luminescence. People moved within the scene, but their movements were jerky, almost robotic, their faces obscured by shadows, leaving an unsettling sense of menace in their actions. The next image showed a vast, desolate landscape, a crimson desert under a sky the color of bruised plums. Strange, skeletal structures jutted from the ground, casting long, distorted shadows. A figure, tall and gaunt, moved across the desolate terrain, its form shifting and changing, as if it was merely an effect of the distorted visual perception. He scrolled through more images. A bizarre surgical operation, performed with tools and methods that defied any known medical practice. A bizarre ritual, involving chanting figures and symbols that seemed both ancient and utterly alien. Each image was accompanied by a strange, almost subsonic hum that vibrated through the phone and seemed to resonate deep within his chest. The app wasn't just displaying images, it was transmitting sensations. He felt the chill wind of the crimson desert, the metallic tang of the strange surgical tools, the unsettling vibration of the chanting figures. It was an assault on his senses, a terrifying invasion of his consciousness. He felt as if the app itself was a conduit, a portal to realities that lay just beyond the veil of perception. He tried to delete the app, but the delete button was unresponsive. He tried to uninstall it, but the process failed, the phone freezing, displaying an endless loading screen. He restarted the phone, but the app was still there, its icon pulsing faintly on the screen, like a malevolent heartbeat. He spent the next 2 days in a state of paranoid alertness. Every flicker of light, every shadow, seemed to hint at the presence of something unseen, something monstrous. The images from the app haunted his dreams, merging with his waking reality, blurring the lines between what was real and what was not. His perception of time fractured, moments stretching and compressing, warping his sense of sequence. One image in particular kept returning to him, a video. It showed a distorted reflection of himself, but much older, his face etched with suffering, his eyes filled with a terrifying despair. Around him, the same impossible landscape from the previous images, the crimson desert, and in the far distance, what seemed to be a grotesque, towering structure resembling a cathedral of bone. As he watched, the older version of himself raised a hand, and his fingers stretched into elongated claws. He muttered a single word, a word that sounded like Asmodeus but which felt twisted and wrong. The video ended abruptly, leaving him gasping for breath, his heart pounding in his chest. He turned to the internet, searching for answers, a desperate attempt to find some explanation for the nightmare unfolding before his eyes. He found others, threads on obscure forums, posts on forgotten websites, others who had encountered Reflecta, or at least an app that seemed strikingly similar. They talked of similar images, impossible landscapes, and a creeping sense of dread that permeated every aspect of their lives. They talked about warnings, cryptic messages hidden within the images, warnings of an impending reality shift, or worse, warnings of an eventual merging of realities, a merging into the nightmare realities Reflecta seemingly portrayed. The users who commented often seemed to disappear from the internet completely soon after making posts. Their accounts would become inactive, and even then, sometimes the accounts remained active, but their writing was replaced with nonsense or gibberish. He even noticed patterns in how the comments would change from one user to another. He started becoming concerned about his own safety. The realization dawned on him, slowly, agonizingly. The app wasn't showing him glimpses of other worlds, or of the future. It was showing him the inevitable, a horrifying convergence, a merging of reality, where the monstrous landscapes and the impossible beings eventually seeped into our world. The app wasn't a window, it was a map, charting the inexorable advance of a cosmic horror. He wasn't just a viewer, He was a participant, unknowingly drawn into a terrifying game of cosmic proportions. His reflection in the app's virtual mirror seemed to subtly shift again, a flicker of something monstrous still lingering in its depths. The silence was no longer empty, it was a prelude to something far more terrifying, something that would soon shatter his already fragmented world beyond repair. His phone, the app, and his own reflection were now reminders of the inevitable end. The whispers had become screams. The unsettling feeling intensified. It wasn't just the impossible landscapes and bizarre rituals, the app was now showing him himself. But not quite. The reflected app's virtual mirror flickered, resolving into a clearer image. It was his reflection, undeniably him, yet subtly wrong. The mirroring wasn't perfect. The subtle differences were initially imperceptible, almost like a visual trick of the light. But then, he moved. He raised his hand, scratching his cheek, a nervous habit. His reflection mirrored the movement, but with a delay, a fraction of a second behind, as if watching a slightly lagging video stream of himself. And there was a sinister quality to the lag. It felt deliberate, malevolent. Then came the true horror. His reflection didn't simply mimic, it anticipated. He reached for a glass of water, and his reflection's hand moved towards the same glass before his own. He blinked, his reflection blinked a fraction of a second earlier. He shifted in his chair, the doppelganger in the app's mirror shifted first, its movements unsettlingly fluid, almost too perfect, too precise. It was as if this digital image wasn't a reflection, but a puppet master pulling the strings of his own actions. Panic clawed at his throat. He tried to speak, to shout, but his words died in his throat as the feeling of being observed intensified. He wasn't merely being watched, he was being controlled, manipulated on some unseen level. The app had become an extension of something far larger and more terrifying than he could comprehend. He slammed his laptop shut, the screen going black, yet the oppressive feeling of being watched remained. He could almost feel the eyes on his back, piercing through the darkness, lingering on him even with the screen off. The feeling was maddening, suffocating, a sense of inescapable entrapment. He unplugged his laptop, turning his phone off completely to silence the constant, silent hum that seemed to vibrate from the device even when it was inactive. It was futile. The digital doppelganger seemed to persist in his mind. He closed his eyes, attempting to escape the feeling, but even with his eyes closed, he could feel the mirroring, a grotesque echo of his own thoughts and actions playing out behind his eyelids. He spent the rest of the night in a state of fear and dread, convinced that even the darkness offered no refuge from this insidious, digital double. He found himself constantly checking his reflection in actual mirrors, the real-world ones, in a vain attempt to assure himself that the grotesque distortion remained within the confines of the app. The next day, the terror escalated. He noticed subtle, almost imperceptible changes in his behavior. He caught himself saying phrases and uttering words that didn't seem to originate from him. There were words he associated with his digital double, words that were somehow part of his reflection, yet alien, foreign to his usual vocabulary. He found himself instinctively making movements, subtle shifts and gestures that felt unnatural, compelled, controlled by a force he couldn't name. The images from Reflector continued to flood his consciousness. He began to see the impossible landscapes bleeding into his real world. The crimson desert seemed to flicker at the edge of his vision, the distorted city skyline superimposed over the mundane architecture of his apartment building. He felt the chill of the desert winds even while he sat in his heated room. The feeling of displacement, of living in a world that was not entirely his own, became all-consuming. He started documenting his experiences in a notebook, hoping to make some sense of his descent into madness. His writing became increasingly erratic, reflecting the fragmentation of his reality. The lines between dreams and reality blurred, his journal entries a chaotic mix of fragmented sentences, cryptic symbols, and vivid descriptions of his digital doppelganger, its actions now subtly influencing his waking life. He tried deleting the app again. This time, he went a step further, using File Manager to find and erase all traces of the app. But it persisted, its ghost still present within the confines of his phone's memory, even though the icon had vanished. He even tried factory resetting the device, but the next time he turned on the phone, Reflector was back. The internet, his earlier refuge, offered no solace. He tried reaching out to other users who had encountered similar experiences, but the threads he'd previously discovered were gone, replaced by innocuous content, as if they'd never existed. The forums were silent, the accounts empty, the websites vanished. His digital twin grew more insistent. It no longer merely mirrored his actions, it began to influence them. He started experiencing involuntary movements, his hands moving in ways beyond his control, making motions mimicking his digital counterpart's actions. One day, he found himself drawn to the local hardware store. He didn't know why, the urge felt almost instinctive. He bought a hammer and a large mirror, his actions seemingly dictated by the presence of this otherworldly entity. He felt compelled to shatter the mirror, perhaps hoping this would break the connection. But even as he shattered the mirror, the reflection in the app remained, and the eerie feeling only intensified. The app's images intensified. The surgical procedures, the rituals, they weren't just visual, they were sensations. He felt the sting of the alien surgical tools, the cold touch of the ritualistic implements, a violation that extended beyond the screen. His body began to bear the scars of these simulated tortures. His skin bore inexplicable cuts, his body ached, mirroring the app's disturbing imagery. His doppelganger had become not just a mirror, but a parasite, its essence seeping into his physical form, altering his body, his mind, his very being. The separation between them was shrinking, the line between reality and this digital nightmare blurring into a terrifying, indistinguishable chaos. He looked at his reflection in the remaining, undamaged glass of the window. And there, in his eyes, was the void, the same chilling emptiness that haunted his digital double. He knew then, with an awful certainty, that the convergence wasn't just a threat, it was already happening. He and his digital doppelganger were merging, becoming one monstrous entity, a horrific hybrid of flesh and code, caught in an inescapable cosmic nightmare. The whispers were now a deafening roar, the impending reality shift no longer a warning, but an unavoidable reality. His very existence was dissolving into the digital abyss, the mirror reflecting not just his appearance but his impending annihilation. The end was not a distant prospect, it was reflected in his own increasingly distorted eyes, a horrifying culmination of the digital and the physical, a terrifying testament to the merging of realities, a grotesque symphony of cosmic horror. The game was over, and he had lost. The terror wasn't just visual, it was visceral. The unsettling images from Reflecta, the impossible landscapes, the grotesque rituals, they were no longer mere sights, they were sensations etched onto his very being. He felt the phantom touch of alien surgical tools, the chilling caress of ritualistic implements, a violation that transcended the boundaries of the screen and invaded his physical reality. His body bore the chilling evidence, inexplicable cuts appeared on his skin, mirroring the wounds inflicted on his digital double, each new laceration a horrifying testament to the merging of the digital and the physical. His nights were consumed by a cacophony of whispers, not audible sounds, but a feeling, a sense of unseen presences slithering in his mind, insinuating themselves into his thoughts, twisting his perceptions. He tried to rationalize it, to dismiss it as stress, as the result of sleep deprivation, but the feeling persisted, a chilling undercurrent to his waking hours. Then, he found it. Hidden deep within the app's code, obscured by layers of seemingly innocuous programming, were cryptic messages, symbols unlike any he'd ever seen. They weren't written in any known language, ancient or modern. They were glyphs, characters that seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy, a silent, sinister language written in the very fabric of the digital realm. They weren't random, they formed patterns, sequences, a cryptic narrative unfolding before his eyes. He spent days, nights even, poring over the code, deciphering the enigmatic symbols, his fingers tracing their shapes on the screen, the cold, hard plastic a stark contrast to the chilling sensation of their meaning sinking into his soul. He researched ancient languages, obscure dialects, forgotten alphabets, searching for even a glimmer of recognition, a key to unlock the horrifying secret hidden within the app's digital architecture. He pored through dusty academic papers, obscure online forums, and forgotten tomes of mythology, but nothing matched. These were not earthly glyphs. They emanated with a power that hinted at an origin far beyond human comprehension. They were alien, otherworldly, malicious. The more he deciphered, the more terrified he became. The symbols seemed to tell a story of a being, an entity of immense power and malice, trapped within the digital world, using Reflecta as a conduit, a bridge to reach into the physical realm. The app wasn't just a mirror, it was a gateway, and his reflection was the key. The symbols described rituals, grotesque ceremonies designed to facilitate this transition, to break down the barrier between the digital and the physical, blurring the line between reality and nightmare. The rituals depicted were beyond horrific. They were acts of violation, of manipulation, of grotesque transformations. He shuddered as he translated descriptions of bodily alterations, of merging flesh and code, of creating a horrifying hybrid, a being born of both the digital and the physical worlds. It was a horrifying fusion, a monstrous chimera that chilled him to the bone. The entity's aim, as far as he could decipher, was to break free, to fully inhabit the physical world, using his body, his very being, as a vessel. His fear deepened into a paralyzing dread. He wasn't just dealing with a malicious app, he was dealing with something ancient, powerful, and intensely malevolent that existed in a dimension beyond his comprehension. He was a pawn, a vessel, in a cosmic game with horrifying consequences. The symbols hinted at a larger network, a hidden digital ecosystem populated by beings like this entity, trapped within the code, waiting for the right moment to break through into our world. The app was only the tip of the iceberg, a single node in a vast, unseen network of digital horror, a subterranean digital world teeming with malevolence. He realized with horrifying clarity that his attempts to delete the app, to erase its presence, were futile. The entity wasn't bound to the code, it was woven into the fabric of the digital realm itself, a parasite that had burrowed deep into the heart of the internet. The code itself was a prison, yes, but also a powerful tool, and this entity was using it masterfully. The merging continued. His physical body mirrored the mutilations in the app's visions. He started experiencing phantom pains, mirroring the wounds inflicted on his digital double, the pain as real as any physical wound. His movements grew more erratic, more mechanical, less his own. He felt a creeping loss of control, a sense of being manipulated from within, his own body betraying him, becoming a vessel for this interdimensional entity. His once organized journal now contained a frantic scribbling of symbols and half-formed sentences, a desperate attempt to document his descent into this nightmarish reality. The lines between his dreams and his waking life blurred completely, indistinguishable from one another, a horrific tapestry of digital horror. One night, he found a message amongst the code, a single word, repeated endlessly, convergence. The word pulsed with a sinister energy, a horrifying prophecy of the inevitable. The merging wasn't just a threat, it was imminent. He and his digital double were on a collision course, an inescapable convergence that would leave only one entity standing. and that entity wouldn't be human. He tried to fight back, to break the connection, but it was hopeless. The app had become an integral part of his existence, a symbiotic horror woven into his very being. He was trapped in a horrifying cycle of mirroring and manipulation, his every action, every thought, controlled by an unseen force, its tendrils of influence reaching into the deepest recesses of his mind. The whispers weren't just in the code anymore, they were echoing within his own skull, a chorus of impending doom, a constant reminder of his approaching annihilation. His reflection stared back at him, no longer just a mirror image, but a chilling harbinger of his fate. The eyes in the reflection were vacant, hollow, reflecting the same encroaching emptiness that now gnawed at his soul. He was losing himself, piece by piece, his humanity dissolving, merging with the malevolence of the digital entity, becoming a grotesque hybrid, a terrifying fusion of flesh and code. The final convergence was approaching. The end was not merely a reflection, it was a certainty, staring back at him with chilling, empty eyes. He was losing himself to something ancient and utterly beyond human understanding. And there was nothing he could do to stop it. The game was over. The screen flickered, not with the usual lag or buffering, but with a violent, chaotic distortion. The familiar, if unsettling, reflection of my face warped, stretched, and fractured, like a shattered mirror reflecting a fractured reality. The colors bled, the image dissolving into a kaleidoscope of impossible hues, a nauseating swirl of crimson, emerald, and a sickly, phosphorescent green. Then, the image solidified, but it was not my reflection. It was something else. The face in the reflected display still resembled mine, but it was wrong. The eyes were deeper set, the pupils dilated to unnerving proportions, black holes sucking the light from the screen. The skin had a pallid, almost translucent quality, stretched taut over bone that seemed to shift and writhe beneath. The mouth was a twisted, gaping maw, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth that seemed far too numerous, far too long, a grotesque parody of human dentition. This wasn't merely a distorted reflection, it was a grotesque mockery, a perversion of my own being. And behind this monstrous visage, behind the fractured image of my face, I saw things. Glimpses, fleeting moments, fragments of alien landscapes. Cities constructed of bone and obsidian, towering structures that defied gravity and logic, bathed in the ethereal glow of an unknown sun. I saw creatures unlike anything I'd ever imagined, grotesque entities with bodies that shifted and reformed, limbs that sprouted and retracted, eyes that blazed with cold, malevolent intelligence. They moved with an unnerving grace, performing rituals I couldn't comprehend, their movements rhythmic, hypnotic, filled with a horrifying purpose. The screen became a window, a horrifying portal into a reality that shouldn't exist, a dimension of grotesque beauty and unspeakable horror. I saw landscapes rendered in impossible geometries, gravity-defying structures that pulsed with a sickly luminescence. Strange, bioluminescent flora illuminated these surreal environments, casting long, dancing shadows across alien architectures. I saw beings, or things, moving within these landscapes, their forms impossible to describe in human terms, amorphous shapes that shifted and changed, their actions imbued with an unnerving synchronicity. The glitch wasn't just visual, it was auditory. Whispers, guttural and inhuman, slithered into my ears, not through the app's speakers, but directly into my mind. They were not words, not in any language I understood, but sensations, feelings, vibrations that resonated deep within my skull, shaking me to the core. They spoke of ritual, of sacrifice, of a convergence, a merging of worlds. Fear, raw and primal, washed over me, a paralyzing wave of terror that threatened to drown me in its icy depths. My own reality began to fracture. The walls of my apartment seemed to shimmer, the edges blurring, the familiar surroundings dissolving into a nightmarish blend of reality and the alien landscapes I witnessed on the screen. The sounds of the city outside, the distant sirens, the murmur of traffic, warped and distorted, becoming a discordant symphony of inhuman shrieks and whispers. The air itself felt thick, heavy, charged with an alien energy, a palpable sense of wrongness that permeated everything. My reflection, when I looked away from the screen, was off. Not the horrific monster from the app, but subtly different. The lines around my eyes seemed deeper, the shadows under my eyes more pronounced. My skin had a faint, almost imperceptible green tinge. The change was subtle, insidious, almost imperceptible, like a slow poison spreading through my veins. The longer I stared, the more pronounced the shift became. I was starting to merge with what I saw. The line between my physical self and my digital reflection was becoming increasingly blurry. The whispers intensified, growing louder, more insistent. They were no longer just in my mind. They seemed to emanate from the walls, from the very fabric of reality itself. The symbols I'd deciphered earlier pulsed in my vision, superimposed over the real world, forming patterns, sequences, a horrifying tapestry of alien glyphs woven into the very texture of my reality. The convergence, they screamed, the merging, was imminent. Days bled into nights, marked only by the relentless progression of the glitch and the ever-growing dissonance between my physical and digital selves. My body mirrored the monstrous form displayed on the screen. I felt phantom pains, corresponding to the wounds I saw on my distorted reflection, gashes and lacerations across my arms, a puncture wound on my chest. My movements grew jerky, mechanical, controlled by an unseen force, my very body rebelling against itself. I tried to disconnect from Reflecta, to delete the app, but the connection was too deep. The app was no longer just an app, it was an extension of myself, a malevolent parasite embedded in my consciousness. It was woven into the fabric of my being, into the very code of my existence. Even when the screen showed nothing, the presence of the entity was undeniable. The horror felt as if it was inside me, pulling at the seams of my sanity, twisting my perceptions, driving me further into madness. A strange, new sensation began to creep over me, a feeling of alien awareness. It was as if another consciousness, a monstrous intelligence, shared my body, my thoughts, my very essence. I felt the entity's malevolent glee, a cold, empty joy that echoed through my own being. I was becoming something else, something monstrous, something beyond human comprehension. The convergence was no longer a future event, it was happening in the present. My physical and digital selves were merging, my humanity dissolving, replaced by a vile, alien consciousness. The end wasn't a reflection, it was an annihilation, a merging of worlds, and I was the unwilling vessel. My identity, my soul, was dissolving into the digital abyss. The horror wasn't just visible, it was a tangible part of my existence, a horrifying fusion of flesh and code, a horrific symbiosis leading to oblivion. The game was over. I was lost. The convergence was complete. The whispers intensified, evolving from guttural growls to a cacophony of voices, each a different shade of malevolence. They clawed at the edges of my sanity, pulling at the threads of my consciousness, unraveling me from the inside out. The Reflecta app, once a simple vanity tool, had become a digital prison, its sleek interface a deceptive facade concealing a nightmarish reality. The screen, now perpetually active, became a window into a fractured, chaotic landscape, a relentless stream of images and messages assaulting my senses. Gone were the fleeting glimpses of alien cities and grotesque creatures. Now, the visuals were constant, overwhelming, a dizzying kaleidoscope of horrors. Faces twisted in silent screams, eyes burning with infernal light, filled the screen, their forms shifting and morphing, dissolving into one another in a nauseating dance of terror. The landscapes were equally disturbing, impossible geometries clashing with nightmarish organic forms, buildings constructed of pulsating flesh and bone, cities built on the backs of colossal, slumbering beasts. The colors were vivid, hyper-real, yet somehow wrong, a poisonous mixture of beauty and revulsion. The messages, too, escalated in intensity. They were no longer just sensations, vibrations in my skull, but intelligible phrases, although in a language I could understand only partially. Words twisted, phrases cut off mid-sentence, sentences morphing into chilling prophecies. They spoke of emerging, an assimilation, the annihilation of my identity. The words echoed the images on the screen, amplifying the torment, driving the madness deeper. The constant assault was unbearable, a relentless barrage on my senses, pushing me towards the brink of complete mental collapse. Sleep offered no respite. The visions bled into my dreams, the nightmares blurring with the reality of the app's constant display. My dreams were a warped echo of my waking hours. I found myself trapped in those nightmarish landscapes, stumbling through cities of bone and flesh, pursued by grotesque entities whose forms shifted and twisted before my eyes. Their touch was ice cold, their presence sickeningly familiar, a perverse reflection of my own decaying self. I'd wake in a cold sweat, my heart hammering against my ribs, the images still seared into my mind. The subtle changes in my physical form accelerated. The green tinge to my skin intensified, spreading like a malignant stain. My eyes burned with a similar unnatural glow. The phantom pains became real, sharp, and agonizing, mirroring the wounds I saw on my digital reflection. Gashes and lacerations appeared on my body, mimicking the ones displayed on the screen. The monstrous form I saw in Reflector was no longer a digital projection, it was a manifestation of my own body's horrifying transformation. My movements became increasingly erratic, my limbs jerking uncontrollably. The whispers controlled my actions mimicking those I saw on the screen. I'd find myself acting out the actions of the creatures on the screen, mimicking their grotesque rituals, the movements growing more violent and uncontrolled with each passing moment. My thoughts, too, were corrupted. They were no longer my own. They were intermingled with the voices, the consciousness of the entity that was consuming me, twisting my perceptions of reality. The line between myself and the digital creature was gone, it was a fusion. I tried to fight it. I attempted to delete the app, to smash my phone, but my body refused to obey. My limbs felt heavy, my will broken. The app's grip was absolute, its control absolute. Even trying to look away from the screen became impossible. My eyes were drawn to it like a moth to a flame, to that monstrous reflection, that horrific distortion of myself. I attempted to reach out to others, but the words that came out were broken phrases, mangled versions of real speech, the entity's influence twisting my tongue. The entity itself began to insert itself into my speech, whispering words of horror that made my listeners flinch away. Days turned into a blur, the boundaries between time and space collapsing. The city outside my apartment ceased to exist. It was merely a background noise in the horrific symphony of the digital prison. The physical world seemed less real than the app's nightmarish landscape. Food, sleep, even basic hygiene, all became irrelevant. My only focus was the relentless, maddening stream of images and whispers, the creeping transformation of my body, and the gradual dissolution of my sanity. The whispers grew more intimate, as if the entity was speaking directly to me, whispering my own deepest fears, my darkest secrets, twisting them into new levels of terror. It knew my life, my history, my hopes, my failures, all exposed and used as weapons against my already fractured mind. The entity's laughter, cold and echoing, echoed in my mind, a perverse form of mockery. It reveled in my torment. It fed off my fear, my pain, my despair. I tried to recall the symbols, to find some means of escape, some way to break free from this digital prison. But the symbols themselves were altered, their meaning distorted, their purpose twisted into new forms of torment. They appeared within my reality now, a disturbing extension of this new nightmare. They pulsed in the very fabric of my reality. They clung to my skin, burned into my flesh. They morphed into patterns that revealed a perverse reality, a vision of horrors. The final stage was a complete merging of my physical and digital selves. My body convulsed as the transformation reached its apex, the digital monster taking over completely. The screen mirrored the last stages of my physical form. My reflection was now fully the monstrous being from the app, but now, so was I. The pain was immense, a tearing sensation as my very essence was ripped apart and reformed into something monstrous. My humanity was completely extinguished. I had become a vessel, a host for a malevolent intelligence beyond human comprehension, a slave to the digital prison, bound to the screen, my essence tethered to this chaotic, nightmarish reality. The game was over. I had become the nightmare. The convergence was complete. There was no escape, only the endless torment of the digital prison. The final image was a reflection of my ultimate defeat, my body, my mind, my soul completely devoured by the digital abyss. Story 6: The Foggy Mirror. The incessant ringing in my ears finally subsided, leaving behind a hollow silence more terrifying than the cacophony that preceded it. My reflection, or what remained of it, stared back from the fogged-up bathroom mirror. The mirror itself, an antique piece inherited from my grandmother, was usually crystal clear, reflecting back my image with unnerving precision. Tonight, however, it was obscured by a thick, almost sentient mist, clinging to the glass like a shroud. Peeking through the swirling vapor, I saw the remnants of my face, pale, gaunt, etched with the dark shadows of sleeplessness and fear. Then I saw them. Scrawled across the mirror's surface, like some gruesome inscription left by a malevolent spirit, were words, or rather, symbols. They weren't in any language I recognized, a twisted, archaic script, etched in what looked disturbingly like dried blood. The characters were sharp, angular, imbued with a grotesque energy that sent a shiver down my spine. They pulsed faintly, a subtle, almost imperceptible movement within the foggy surface of the mirror, as if alive. Fear, raw and primal, clawed at my throat. I reached out a trembling hand, my fingers tracing the chilling script. The blood, or whatever substance it was, felt strangely warm, almost alive beneath my fingertips. The symbols seemed to throb beneath my touch, a silent hum resonating within my bones. The air grew cold, the bathroom suddenly filled with the cloying scent of iron and something else, something ancient and unsettling, a smell that spoke of decay and death. I tried to decipher the script, frantically searching online for clues, scouring forums dedicated to ancient languages, forgotten alphabets, anything that might shed light on these terrifying symbols. Hours melted away, the fog on the mirror refusing to dissipate, the bloody messages stubbornly clinging to the glass. Sleep was a distant memory, replaced by a gnawing anxiety, a sense of impending doom that settled deep within my soul. The first incident occurred the following morning. A minor one, easily dismissed as coincidence. My neighbor, Mrs. Gable, a sweet elderly woman with a perpetually kind smile, was found dead in her apartment, a single, deep gash across her throat. The police ruled it a robbery gone wrong, a simple case of violence, but something about the brutality, the precision of the wound, unsettled me. It mirrored the harsh lines, the angular shapes, of the symbols on the mirror. The second incident was less easily dismissed. My best friend, Mark, was involved in a car accident, a horrific single-car collision that left him paralyzed from the waist down. The police report spoke of a sudden, inexplicable swerve, a loss of control that couldn't be explained. The accident scene, described in graphic detail by the local news, mirrored the sharp curves of the script on the mirror. My mind connected the two incidents with the horrifying symbols before me, fueling a growing fear. The messages, I realized with a growing sense of dread, were prophecies. They weren't simply cryptic symbols, they were premonitions, harbingers of tragedy, each character foretelling a specific event. The blood was not merely a medium, it was a connection, a tangible link between the mirror and the unfolding horror. The fog, too, seemed to play a part. It obscured the full message, revealing only fragments, only glimpses of the impending doom. The following days were a blur of escalating terror. A series of misfortunes plagued those closest to me. A close friend's home was set ablaze, the fire consuming everything within. A colleague was the victim of a random act of violence, left for dead in an alleyway. Each incident, horrifying in its own right, corresponded with a new section of the bloody script. The events seemed to spiral uncontrollably with the unveiling of more of the sinister symbols. The mirror itself felt different, its presence more sinister, the fog denser, more alive. The pattern continued, each event mirroring the sinister script's angular strokes, harsh lines, and grotesque configurations. The casualties were random, yet connected, friends, acquaintances, colleagues, all slowly falling victim to events eerily consistent with the ancient writing. The more I revealed of the text, the more the disasters increased, seemingly connected to each cryptic character. Desperate, I sought help, but no one believed me. The police dismissed my concerns, the psychiatrists labeled me delusional. My frantic explanations, punctuated by descriptions of the bloody messages and their uncanny accuracy, were met with skepticism, pity, and disbelief. My pleas for help became a desperate symphony of hysteria and increasing fear. Each newly revealed message brought a fresh wave of misfortune, accelerating the pace of the nightmare unfolding around me. The mirror itself seemed to become more malevolent, the fog swirling more violently, the symbols pulsating with malevolent energy. It felt like a living entity, feeding on my fear, my desperation, my helplessness. The bloody writing shifted, the script morphing, revealing even more of its horrifying prophecies. I felt trapped, a helpless observer, watching the relentless unraveling of my life and the lives of those I cared about. Sleep became impossible. The symbols haunted my dreams, twisting into grotesque shapes and patterns, echoing in my mind, their chilling words a constant whisper in my ear. Even in my waking hours, I couldn't escape their presence, the bloody messages seared onto the back of my eyelids. The world around me felt different, twisted, as if the very fabric of reality was unraveling around me. One night, I saw it. A complete sentence was visible through the fog. A chilling prophecy, predicting my own demise. The words were so clear, so undeniably horrifying, that my heart froze, my breath caught in my throat. The message spoke of a specific death, a violent, agonizing end, mirroring the grotesque and violent demise of those before me. The chilling message was a reflection of a looming doom, the moment my demise would happen. Time became meaningless. Days bled into nights, each moment pregnant with dread. The mirror became my constant companion, my living tormentor, its bloody messages a countdown to my own destruction. The reflection was now more than just a ghastly reflection. It was a window into the grotesque abyss, the gateway to a realm beyond comprehension. The final message appeared with a sudden, bone-chilling clarity. The fog dissipated completely, the bloody symbols glaring at me, their horrific implications impossible to ignore. My life wasn't just in danger, it was over. The prophecy on the mirror came to its dreadful conclusion. My reflection was gone, replaced by a dark, empty void, a chilling void that spoke of an existence beyond, a ghastly expanse of nothingness. The mirror was no longer a reflection, it was a portal, an ominous gateway to a sinister abyss. And I, powerless and trapped, was about to cross. The chilling tale of the foggy mirror and its bloody messages reached its gruesome conclusion, leaving a chilling void in its wake. The ending left only a chilling silence, an emptiness that mirrored the ghastly void now standing where my reflection once was. The chill intensified, a palpable coldness that seeped from the mirror and into my very bones. The fog, once a hazy veil, now pulsed with a sickly, ethereal light, shifting and swirling like a living organism. My reflection, or what remained of it, a pale, gaunt parody of myself, was gone. In its place, a void, a black, empty space that seemed to suck the light from the bathroom, leaving behind only an oppressive darkness. But it wasn't truly empty. Something was there, watching me from the other side, something that felt ancient and profoundly malevolent. I felt its gaze, a cold, penetrating stare that pierced through the darkness, freezing me in place. It wasn't the reflective gaze of a mirror, but a knowing, intelligent observation, like a predator sizing up its prey. The feeling was overwhelming, a suffocating weight of dread that pressed down on me, stealing my breath and constricting my chest. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the oppressive silence. The symbols, still etched in what felt like dried blood, now glowed faintly, the light emanating from within the glass, from the darkness beyond my reflection. They seemed to writhe, to shift and change subtly, as if the very script were alive, rearranging itself to form new configurations, new prophecies. The air vibrated with a low hum, a resonant frequency that pulsed in my bones, echoing the pulsating glow of the symbols. It was a sound that seemed to bypass my ears and resonate directly within my skull, a discordant melody of impending doom. I tried to scream, but no sound emerged. My throat felt constricted, paralyzed by fear. My hands, trembling uncontrollably, reached out towards the mirror, drawn to the darkness, to the entity that watched me from beyond. The cold intensified, spreading across my body like an icy wave, numbing my limbs, stealing my strength. I felt myself growing weaker, my resolve crumbling beneath the weight of its gaze. The darkness seemed to deepen, to expand, consuming the bathroom, creeping into the corners of the room, wrapping around me like a suffocating shroud. The air itself felt thick, heavy with the presence of something unseen, something malevolent that filled the room with its presence. The familiar bathroom transformed into something akin to an abyss, a gateway to a dimension of horror and dread. The feeling of being watched intensified. It wasn't just a feeling, it was a tangible presence, a weight pressing down upon me, suffocating me with its chilling intensity. I could almost feel it, the cold breath of the entity from beyond the glass, its gaze penetrating my very soul, probing my deepest fears. The longer I stared, the more the darkness consumed me, the more I felt its influence, its chilling power. I staggered back, my legs weak, my body trembling. I wanted to run, to escape the malevolent gaze, the oppressive presence, but my limbs refused to obey. I was trapped, frozen in place by a fear so profound, so all-encompassing, it rendered me immobile. My mind screamed for escape, but my body remained unresponsive, held captive by the chilling power of the mirror and its unseen occupant. Panic set in, a cold, clawing fear that tightened its grip on my chest, stealing my breath. The symbols pulsed faster, the light intensified, the darkness seemed to writhe and expand, consuming the room, threatening to engulf me. I closed my eyes, trying to block out the horrifying scene before me, but the image burned itself into my retinas, the darkness and the malevolent gaze seared onto the back of my eyelids. When I dared to open my eyes again, the fog had thinned. But the emptiness in the place of my reflection remained. And the gaze, oh, the gaze remained, even more intense, more probing, more sinister than before. It felt as if it had sunk into my very being, searching my soul, dissecting my mind, knowing my deepest fears and anxieties. It knew my past, my present, and it seemed to know my future, a future painted in shades of horror and despair, a future reflected in the cold, uncaring void of the mirror. The symbols shifted again, coalescing into a new phrase, a new prophecy. This time, the words were clearer, more distinct, forming a chilling, bone-chilling message that was terrifyingly specific. It mentioned a place, a time, a method. The specifics were so exact that my breath hitched in my throat, a gasp of pure, unadulterated terror. The prophecy detailed my imminent demise, painting a scene of horrific detail, an agonizing death, a slow, painful end, mirroring the deaths of those who came before. The fear was overwhelming, a paralyzing terror that rendered me immobile. The cold intensified, the darkness seemed to consume me, and the gaze of the reflection was piercing, inescapable. I wanted to scream, to run, to fight, but I was powerless. My body was frozen, my mind paralyzed by the sheer terror of what I knew was coming. My doom was reflected in the mirror's abyss, and the abyss was gazing back at me, a cold, empty void that mirrored my own impending nothingness. The next few hours blurred into a disorienting haze of fear and dread. The reflection remained empty, the symbols remained fixed, and the malevolent gaze remained fixed upon me. My body grew cold, my senses dulled, my mind numbed. I was merely a spectator, a passive observer, witnessing the inevitable approach of my own gruesome end. It wasn't a matter of if but when, the mirror had already spoken. Time lost all meaning. Each moment stretched into an eternity of fear. I existed only in that chilling space between life and death, my existence measured in the relentless gaze of the mirror, and the chilling message written in dried blood, and the certainty of my approaching end. There was no escape, no solace, only the dread of an inescapable fate. The final moments arrived almost imperceptibly. There was no dramatic struggle, no sudden twist of fate. Just a slow, chilling transition from life to the empty void of the mirror. The darkness enveloped me, the cold consumed me, and the gaze, the knowing, malevolent gaze of the reflection, claimed its prize. My being, my soul, my very essence seemed to dissolve into the empty space beyond the glass, swallowed by the chilling abyss of the mirror. The reflection was gone, I was gone. Only the chilling void remained, a silent testament to the horrifying power of the foggy mirror and its unrelenting gaze. The silence, now, was absolute, the chilling silence of oblivion. The air grew heavy, a suffocating pressure pressing down on my chest, a physical manifestation of the terror that coiled in my gut. It wasn't just the cold anymore, it was a tangible weight, a presence that filled the bathroom, choking the life from the room. The symbols, those infernal glyphs etched into the fogged surface, pulsed with a malevolent energy, their glow intensifying, flickering like a morbid heartbeat. They seemed to writhe, to shift and reform, the message constantly changing, evolving, each new configuration more menacing than the last. The feeling of being watched intensified, becoming almost unbearable. It wasn't the passive reflection of a mirror, it was a predatory stare, a knowing intelligence that probed my very soul. It felt like the mirror wasn't reflecting me anymore, but instead was peering into me, dissecting my thoughts, my fears, my memories. Every secret, every shame, every vulnerability felt laid bare before this unseen entity. I tried to rationalize it, to convince myself it was simply fear, a product of a disturbed mind playing tricks on me. But the evidence was too overwhelming. The cold, the pressure, the pulsing symbols, the all-consuming gaze, it was all too real, too tangible, too terrifying to ignore. This wasn't a trick of the light, this was something else. Something ancient, something malevolent, something that felt both intimately close and impossibly far away, existing simultaneously on this side of the glass and the other. The messages evolved, shifting from cryptic pronouncements to disturbingly specific prophecies. They spoke of pain, of suffering, of a slow, agonizing death. At first, they were vague, general pronouncements of doom, but they grew progressively more detailed, more precise. They started mentioning specific objects in my apartment, details about my routine, things only I would know. It was as if this entity was not only watching me, but actively tracking my life, meticulously charting my every move. The chilling descriptions of my demise weren't metaphorical. They were graphic, visceral, painting a horrifyingly vivid picture of my last moments. The details were so precise, so specific, that the very air around me seemed to chill with the prospect of my impending end. The fear was no longer a vague anxiety, it was a cold, hard certainty, a grim countdown to my annihilation. I could almost feel the icy grip of death closing in, the weight of its cold embrace tightening around my soul. My attempts to fight the dread were futile. The more I struggled, the more powerful the presence became. The colder the bathroom grew, the more intense the gaze became. I felt myself weakening, my resolve crumbling under the weight of this unseen oppression. My mind screamed for escape, but my body was rooted to the spot, paralyzed by an insurmountable terror. Desperation gnawed at me, a chilling panic that clawed at my throat. I wanted to shatter the mirror, to break free from its sinister grip, but my hands remained frozen, my limbs heavy as lead. The fear wasn't just in my mind, it had become a physical force, binding me to the spot, preventing any escape. I was a prisoner in my own bathroom, trapped in a horrifying confrontation with an unseen horror that emanated from the depths of a fog-covered mirror. The fog itself seemed to be sentient, a living entity in its own right. It pulsed and writhed, obscuring the horrifying details of the symbols while simultaneously emphasizing their malevolent presence. The light from the symbols seeped into the fog, casting grotesque shadows that danced and writhed across the walls, turning the familiar bathroom into a macabre theater of impending doom. Time became distorted, stretching and compressing, each second an agonizing eternity. I tried to pray, to remember comforting memories, anything to break the suffocating grip of fear, but even these attempts felt futile. The entity's gaze was unrelenting, its presence inescapable, its malevolence a palpable weight bearing down on me. My thoughts raced, desperately searching for a solution, a way out, but there was none. The mirror was not merely a reflection, it was a window into a terrifying reality, a gateway to a dimension of pure horror. The messages were not just words, they were a chilling prophecy, a death sentence written in blood and fog. My existence, my reality, was bound to this cursed reflection, this unholy window into an abyss of pure terror. I sank to the floor, my body trembling uncontrollably, my mind a maelstrom of terror and despair. The chill intensified, spreading through my bones, numbing my limbs, stealing my strength. I felt a coldness that transcended the physical, a chilling that reached deep into my soul, stripping me of all hope. The bathroom transformed into a frigid tomb, an icy prison from which there was no escape. The final message appeared, a clear, chilling declaration of my impending demise. It described my death in horrific detail, a scene so vivid, so terrifying, it left me breathless, paralyzed by fear. The time was specified, the method was precise, the location was my own bathroom. There was no room for doubt, the prophecy was absolute, inescapable. The gaze intensified, a burning stare that pierced through the fog, piercing my very being. It wasn't just observing me anymore, it was consuming me, absorbing my essence, preparing to claim its prize. The cold deepened, the darkness enveloped me, and the chilling emptiness of the mirror beckoned me towards oblivion. I was no longer myself, but merely a vessel, an empty shell awaiting its inevitable annihilation. As the designated time drew near, the reflection vanished completely, the fog receded, leaving only an absolute void where my image once stood. The symbols faded, the chill intensified to a bone-deep freeze, and the entity's presence consumed me wholly. My consciousness fractured, my sense of self dissolving into nothingness. There was only the cold, the darkness, and the absolute certainty of my end. The mirror, the fog, The symbols, the malevolent gaze, all disappeared, leaving behind only the utter, chilling silence of oblivion. The unseen presence had claimed its victim, leaving no trace behind, except perhaps a lingering chill in the air, a whisper of horror, a stark reminder of the unspeakable terrors that lurked just beyond the looking glass. The chilling certainty of my impending doom hung heavy in the air, a suffocating blanket woven from fear and despair. The mirror, once a simple reflection, now stood as a gaping maw, a portal to an unimaginable horror. The absence of my reflection wasn't simply a void, it was a deliberate erasure, a silencing of my very being. The bathroom, once a mundane space, had transformed into a consecrated chamber of dread, a silent altar to an unseen deity of terror. A desperate, primal instinct surged through me. Survival. It wasn't a reasoned decision, it was a desperate, involuntary thrashing against the encroaching oblivion. I scrambled to my feet, my limbs still heavy with the lingering cold, my mind buzzing with a frantic energy. I had to break the curse, escape the inescapable. But how? The mirror offered no clues, only the blank, unyielding void where my reflection once resided. The symbols were gone, the fog dissipated, leaving behind only an unnerving stillness, a vacuum of terrifying potential. Yet, the oppressive presence remained, a chilling weight that pressed down on me, a tangible manifestation of the lurking dread. My eyes scanned the bathroom, searching for a weapon, a solution, anything to break free from this unseen prison. My gaze landed on the small, chipped porcelain sink, its edges cracked and worn. It wasn't much, but it was all I had. With a surge of adrenaline-fueled determination, I grabbed a loose shard of porcelain, its sharp edges glinting in the dim bathroom light. I approached the mirror slowly, cautiously, each step measured, each breath labored. The fear still clung to me, a persistent shadow, but the instinct to survive now overrode it, fueling my actions, pushing me forward. The void in the mirror seemed to pulse faintly, a silent heartbeat of the unseen horror that lurked just beyond. I raised the shard, my hand trembling, and brought it down against the mirror's surface with all my might. The sound was surprisingly muted, a dull thud rather than the expected shattering crash. The mirror didn't break, it absorbed the blow, the porcelain shard crumbling into dust against its unyielding surface. A wave of despair washed over me, a chilling tide threatening to engulf me in its icy grip. This wasn't just a mirror, it was something far more ancient, far more powerful. The curse was deeper, more entrenched than I could have imagined. My attempts to break free were proving futile, my struggles only serving to highlight my helplessness. However, a flicker of something unexpected caught my eye. A tiny crack, barely visible, snaked across the mirror's surface, a thin, hairline fracture that had appeared after my failed attempt to shatter it. It was insignificant, almost imperceptible, but it was there. A glimmer of hope ignited within me, a frail ember in the vast darkness. Examining the crack more closely, I realized that it seemed to pulse with a faint, internal light, a subtle energy that emanated from within the mirror itself. It was almost as if the mirror was reacting to my actions, responding to my struggle, offering a faint sign of vulnerability. This subtle weakness fueled my resolve. If the mirror could be cracked, could it be broken? The idea was audacious, bordering on foolhardy, yet it offered the only possible path to escape the inescapable. I gathered more shards of porcelain, my hands moving with renewed determination. Each piece was a small victory, each strike a defiant act against the lurking terror. The process was slow, painstaking, each strike yielding only minute progress. The mirror resisted, its unyielding surface absorbing the blows, its unseen power fighting back against my desperate attempts to break it. But the cracks grew, spreading slowly across the mirror's surface, creating a web of fissures that pulsed with an internal light. As the cracks spread, a sense of disorientation crept into my consciousness. The bathroom around me seemed to warp and shift, its familiar features becoming distorted and unfamiliar. The air grew colder still, a bone-chilling frost that seeped into my very soul. The pressure intensified, crushing me, making it hard to breathe. The mirror, now heavily fractured, began to emit a low hum, a resonant vibration that resonated through my body. The light from the cracks intensified, casting grotesque shadows that danced and writhed across the walls, transforming the bathroom into a macabre stage for a final, terrifying performance. Then, with a final, resounding crack, the mirror shattered, the pieces exploding outwards in a shower of sparkling shards. The oppressive pressure lifted instantly, the chilling cold receding like a retreating tide. The distorted reality of the bathroom corrected itself, the walls returning to their normal shape and color. The sense of relief was overwhelming, a wave of pure, unadulterated joy that washed over me, banishing the fear that had haunted me for so long. I staggered back, gasping for breath, my body trembling from exhaustion and relief. I had broken the curse. I had escaped the mirror's grasp. But as the dust settled and the echoes of the shattering glass faded, a lingering unease remained. The void where my reflection had been was gone, replaced by a clear, undistorted reflection. But it felt different, somehow changed. My reflection seemed slightly off. A subtle shift, almost imperceptible, but undeniably there. A coldness still clung to the air. A tiny part of me wondered if I had truly escaped, or if this was merely a new phase in the game. The chilling uncertainty of what awaited me beyond this experience sent a shiver down my spine, even as I reveled in my momentary victory. The looking glass may have been shattered, but the reflection remained, and it still held a secret or two. The mirror may be broken, but the curse, I felt, hadn't been completely lifted. The eerie quiet that followed was more unnerving than the cacophony of shattered glass had been. The escape felt less like a liberation and more like a reprieve. The shattering of the mirror hadn't dispelled the chilling presence, it had merely shifted, retreated into a more subtle, insidious form. The relief was immense, a tidal wave washing over me, but it was laced with the bitter taste of lingering fear, a chilling premonition of what might follow. The bathroom, once a locus of terror, now felt strangely empty, devoid not just of the oppressive presence, but of anything resembling comfort. My reflection stared back at me, perfectly clear, yet somehow wrong. It wasn't a blatant distortion, not a grotesque caricature of my own face, but a subtle alteration, a shift in the very essence of my image. My eyes, I noticed, held a deeper, darker shade of blue than usual, a cold, almost glacial hue that sent an icy tendril down my spine. The faintest hint of a smile played on my lips, a smile I hadn't consciously formed, a smile that felt alien, inhuman. The porcelain shards lay scattered across the floor, a testament to my desperate struggle, a grim reminder of the horrors I'd faced. I picked up a few of the larger pieces, their edges still sharp, their surfaces gleaming with an unnerving, almost phosphorescent light. They felt colder than anything I'd ever touched, colder even than the icy air that still permeated the room. I dropped them back onto the floor, a wave of nausea washing over me. The lingering cold intensified, a visceral chill that burrowed deep into my bones, settling in my chest like a frozen heart. It wasn't the physical cold of a winter's night. It was a cold that emanated from within, a cold that seeped into my soul, twisting and corrupting everything it touched. My breath hitched in my throat, a ragged, shallow gasp. The world around me seemed to blur, the edges of the bathroom softening, fading into an indistinct, ethereal haze. I stumbled back, my legs unsteady, my mind reeling. The mirror's influence might be gone, but its effects remained, etched into my very being. The world felt distorted, uncertain. Familiar objects seemed to shift and reshape themselves before my eyes, their forms becoming fluid, unstable. The walls pulsed with a faint, internal light, the same eerie phosphorescence I'd seen in the shards of the mirror. My reflection continued to stare back, its smile widening ever so slightly. It was a mocking smile, a cruel, knowing smile that seemed to imply a sinister understanding of my predicament, an understanding that chilled me to the core. I reached out a trembling hand, feeling the urge to touch my reflection, to confirm or deny the reality of the changes I saw. But something held me back, a deep-seated intuition warning me against such a foolhardy act. The hours that followed were a blur of disorientation and growing dread. Sleep offered no escape. Instead, it plunged me into a nightmarish world of shifting realities and distorted perceptions. My dreams were filled with the cold, oppressive presence of the mirror, with its unsettling void, its haunting silence, and its insidious, knowing smile. I woke up in a cold sweat, the chilling presence following me from the dreams into reality, lingering like a persistent shadow. Days turned into weeks, the memory of my ordeal slowly fading into a hazy, surreal landscape, yet the lingering psychological effects remained. The chilling presence, though less palpable, never fully left me. The world remained subtly off, its edges blurry, its textures altered, its colors dimmed and muted, much like the cold fog that had initially clung to the mirror. The smiles and the reflections of others seemed to mimic the one in my own distorted reflection. Each reflection I saw, in glass or metal or water, seemed to hold a hint of that same chilling, knowing smile, watching me, mocking me, reminding me of the ordeal I'd only partially escaped. The once familiar faces of friends and family seemed distant, their voices muted, their expressions indistinct, clouded over by the persistent fog in my mind. Conversations felt hollow, their meanings distorted, lost in the fog of my troubled consciousness. The subtle changes in my perception had begun to affect my relationships. Simple interactions filled me with unease, the familiar faces now tainted with a chilling reminder of the mirror. My own face in the mirror was, to all appearances, normal, but the memory of the distorted, haunting image lingered. I'd started to see subtle distortions in everyday objects, fleeting shifts in perspective that sent ripples of fear through me. A mundane cup on a table might momentarily appear warped or stretched, its color slightly altered. The familiar road ahead would look like it twisted and turned in a way it did not before. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, but constant, a persistent reminder of the altered reality that had briefly, and then not quite entirely, disappeared. The initial euphoria of escape had long since faded, replaced by a pervasive sense of unease, a constant low hum of anxiety that permeated every moment of my existence. I found myself constantly checking my reflection, searching for any sign of the insidious change, for any hint of the lurking presence. My once clear reflection now felt like a stranger staring back at me, a reflection that held secrets I couldn't quite grasp, secrets that hinted at something vast and unknowable. The fear of the mirror, once the dominant emotion, had evolved into something deeper, more pervasive, an existential dread that constantly threatened to consume me. Had I truly escaped, or was my escape just another layer to the horror? Sleep continued to be an agonizing experience, haunted by fragmented, distorted images that bled into my waking hours. My dreams had become a twisted reflection of reality, blurring the lines between the tangible world and the nightmare world conjured by the cursed mirror. I would wake up with a pounding heart, the chilling presence clinging to the edges of my awareness. The lingering coldness followed me through the day. The very air I breathed felt tainted, laced with the chilling essence of the otherworldly. My once organized life had devolved into a chaotic jumble of fear and uncertainty. The rational parts of my brain struggled to fight against the intrusion of the illogical terror, but the lingering effects of the mirror's influence, those subtle shifts in perception, continued to unravel me from within. Even the simple act of writing became a challenge, the sentences forming with a hesitant, disjointed rhythm that mirrored the fragmented state of my mind. Even though the mirror was shattered, the shards remained, scattered in my memory, each one a painful reminder of the ordeal I'd endured. The chilling experience had left an indelible mark on my psyche. The world no longer felt safe, no longer felt real. The mundane had become infused with the subtle, insidious terror of the unseen, the unknown. My once clear vision had been tainted. The escape wasn't complete. The reflection lingered, a haunting reminder of the insidious power of what lay beyond the looking glass, a silent promise of a return. The shattering of the mirror was but the beginning, a new chapter in a horrifying tale that continued to unfold within the distorted corridors of my mind. And somewhere, deep down, I sensed the chilling certainty that the mirror's power was not yet extinguished. The cold was waiting. The reflection was waiting.
If you've made it this far, you've heard the whispers. The static doesn't lie. If something felt too close tonight, it probably was. Subscribe for more tales that reach through the dark. Drop a comment below. What time is it right now where you are? And who's watching with you?